Here we go. Good morning, everyone. Andrew Douglas here in the Action News 5 digital desk for a Monday, and we are feeling good this Monday. There's a few things to think about when we start the week here. First off, we got great weather. Okay, that's the good thing. The second thing is it is a somber anniversary here. It's 22 years since the 9/11 attacks. That fateful day, September 11th, 2001. I think everyone will remember exactly where they were. So we will be talking more about remembrances, honoring the victims of that fateful day. But right now, let's talk about the weather with TikTok sensation Maggie McCauley, because, she did this TikTok that was just amazing. It was a day in the life of Maggie. And if you haven't seen it, it's on our TikTok page. And Maggie, there's going to be more and more people that want to be like you and know more about you after seeing that. That was good stuff.
Hey, and it was a lot of fun making it as well. You had to record a lot of videos, but I actually enjoyed putting it together so people knew exactly what I did before I came in and then when I came in. It was a good time.
I know, and it's, as the kids say, Maggie, it's blowing up on social media, so hats off to you. Amazing sunrise there back in the distance, and it's going to be a great day today, right?
Yeah, it is. It's going to be a little bit warmer today, but conditions right now pretty pleasant across the board. Dry conditions, clear conditions. Right now we're seeing a whole lot of sunshine out of our Midtown High 5 camera, and temperatures pretty cool, at least to start off the day. We're in the 60s across the board. Upper 60s here in Shelby County, 62 down in Tunica, 63 over in Oxford. So nice start today. If you're heading out in the next few minutes, may even need a coat with you if you're like me. As for the rest of the day, temperatures are going to be a little bit warmer than we've seen the previous few days, but around average. 73 as we head around the 9 o'clock hour, 80s the rest of the day, low 80s, and then we're going to be even up into the upper 80s as we head around the 3 o'clock hour, and then mid 80s as well to end the day. So we're really expecting a high of 87 here in Shelby County, partly cloudy conditions, but cloud cover is really going to build in through the day. As you saw out of that High 5 camera, we're seeing really clear conditions right now. That's just not going to be the story as we head into the afternoon and then as we head into the evening as well. We are going to be seeing that cloud cover build back in ahead of a cold front that's going to be bringing some rain here in the Mid-South. A little bit could trickle in as we head late tonight. The majority of it is really going to be into our day on Tuesday, and it clears out of here for Wednesday. So seeing some stray showers really into the day on Tuesday. That's going to be that main story, and that's going to be our main day for rainfall as we head over the next 5 as well. So let me go ahead and time that out for you. Cloud cover is expected as we head throughout this afternoon and evening, partly to even mostly cloudy conditions as we head overnight, and then that rainfall comes early Tuesday morning, 5-6 o'clock for portions of eastern Arkansas. Could be impacting your morning commute. Showers expected, and then they cross over, and we're looking at showers expected into western Tennessee as we head really into the mid-morning. As you can see here, Covington over into Selmer, seeing some of those showers, but not widespread by any means as we head throughout Tuesday, and that chance really shifts to the south as we head into the afternoon. So not everyone getting in on that rainfall, but you could see a stray shower here or there as we head throughout the day on Tuesday. And then the good news is as we head throughout really the afternoon and the evening, that clears out and we're just left with some cloud cover. So if you have any plans Tuesday evening, you're really good to go. Temperature is going to be back into the low 70s and then into the 60s as well as we head throughout the evening and then into Wednesday. Now, as I said, it is associated with a cold front, so the good news is it's really going to be dropping down our dew points. 60s expected, which isn't miserable, but as we head through Thursday, even Saturday, in the 50s. That's very dry. So really pleasant conditions are going to be the story as you head out the door as we head into late week. As you can see here, Tuesday really nice. Rain chance though. 82 though for the rest of the week. 80 Thursday, 82 Friday. And look at this, overnight lows in the 60s. So I know I'm going to need a coat as you head out the door, and even a hot cup of coffee as well. Nice preview of fall. As we head into Saturday, we do have a rain chance coming back into the forecast, and then really low to mid 80s do come back as we head Saturday, Sunday, and then into next week.
Maggie, that is what we call Chamber of Commerce weather. That is perfect. Great conditions, great 7-day forecast. You are the bearer of good news, and also you're a big fan of pumpkin spice latte. something that the former is not so much a big fan of. The person that you're filling in for, Patrick Ellis.
Yes. Can you repeat that? What did you say?
Can you still hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I was just going to say, amazing forecast there. It gets us into the fall, and the pumpkin spice lattes. I know you're a big fan. Kind of different than meteorologist Patrick Ellis. Not a big fan of pumpkin spice, but
Me and him go back and forth. I love it, and he can't stand it. So it's okay. I'm going to support pumpkin spice, and I'm going to have one at least this week. But he just can't get on that train just yet.
No, he can't. And you know what? Have a PSL for me, okay?
Hey, I will.
All right. Maggie McCauley, thank you so much. Let's move on now and switch gears a little bit. There is a community that's worried as questions still remain this morning following a missing persons report of a Mid-South woman. We have Action News 5's Cindy Hawkins live with us, and she's going to be talking about the latest when it comes to this. Memphis police, I understand, Cindy, released a report over the weekend because there's been conflicting reports about whether this woman was visiting Harbor Town or not. Good morning. Cindy Hawkins, can you hear me? We cannot hear you. Still can't hear you. Well, I'll tell you what. You know what, Cindy? We're going to try to get you in a little bit. We'll come back with you in just a little bit and see if we can get the audio worked out. So right now, let's hold off and talk about some stuff that happened over the weekend here. There's been a number of different things, one of which is mold at Peabody Elementary. So Peabody Elementary is dealing with a second day of mold. There's no school as a result. And so Memphis Shelby County school staff tell us that throughout this closure, they've been working in 4 stages to allow a safe return for students and staff. We're talking about mitigation, testing, deep cleaning, determination, next steps for the school. The district leaders told parents last night through their communication system that the school will be closed again today as deep cleaning continues throughout the morning. Mold was detected last Thursday by school leaders and then closed past Friday. Let's say the cause of the mold is from recent storms. It was detected on the first floor only. The entire school is closed as a precaution. Peabody Elementary was built back in 1909. District leaders say the school is one of 33 that is more than 70 years old. They say they will continue to advocate for funds to address aging infrastructure on all schools. Okay, we know at least one person drove themselves to the hospital after a shooting on South Parkway East near Humber Street. Investigators working to learn if this shooting is connected to another scene. All clear given to this area near the University of Memphis campus after a shooting near Highland and Watauga. Police looking for the man with a rifle. They're expected to patrol throughout the area. All right, let's bring Cindy Hawkins now live back into the Action News 5 digital desk. And Cindy, we were talking about this missing persons report of a Mid-South woman. Good morning.
Yeah, very important story, as you mentioned, Andrew. A lot of people still have questions this morning, including the missing woman's mother. That's 21-year-old Tamia Taylor. Her mother reported her missing to Memphis police yesterday after she says she didn't return back home from a cruise here, a riverboat ride in Harbor Town. Memphis police say that the mother told them that she was supposed to be in Memphis for a boat ride that was scheduled to take off around 10:30 Saturday night. The mother said that a friend told her she never got on the boat, and hours later Memphis police updated their missing persons report saying that further investigation shows Tamia did indeed make it to Memphis and onto the boat, but could not be found when the boat returned back to the dock here in Harbor Town. Now, according to the Memphis Riverboats website, Tamia would have been on the Midnight Booze Cruise. That's a 2-hour cruise that boards at 10:30 at night night. It departs at 11:30 and it returns at 1:30 in the morning. It's only for people 21 and above, and the website also says it's about a 10-minute walk for passengers from the parking garage back to where the boat departs and docks. Now, Memphis police say Tamia is reportedly 5'7", 125 pounds, and was last seen wearing a black jacket, beige shirt, white shorts, orange socks, and white shoes. So again, several questions remain this morning, as well as where Tamia is from. It's unclear from the missing persons report, but the mother did say that she came to Memphis specifically for that boat ride. Andrew?
Okay, Cindy Hawkins reporting live for us this morning. Thank you. We appreciate it. All right, let's move on here and talk about the 988 crisis line. It is now including American Sign Language services. So people who are deaf or hard of hearing can video chat with an interpreter. For mental health services, you can call 988 if you or anyone you know is struggling with mental health to get free confidential help.
We're trying to make these services more accessible so that they will have individuals trained in ASL who can work with them in their time of crisis, but also refer them to the services that are likely going to include providers who are equipped to also meet their special and unique needs.
And since openings in July of 2022, there have been more than 5 million calls to 988. It's been 4 years since Baptist Children's Hospital has been able to host a NICU reunion. The event allows families to reconnect with the medical team, nurses especially, who cared for their babies at the most vulnerable state. We spoke with Dr. Jacques Sampson, a maternal fetal medicine specialist at Baptist. He says his patients are like family, and this reunion rejuvenates them and serves as a reminder about why they do the work they do.
Just walking here, seeing my former patients, seeing their little ones from a few months old to almost in their teens has just filled my cup. It's so amazing to see.
Preston and Caitlin Ashbury's son Lincoln was born 26 weeks, weighing at just over 1 pound with a 40% chance of survival. Little Lincoln turns 4 this November. Congratulations to Dolly. Yes, Dolly Parton. Amusement Today calling Dollywood home for the Golden Ticket Awards, 25th year of honoring the best theme parks in the industry. She and her partners at Dollywood, where all three were honored for their contributions to the theme park industry, being named a Golden Ticket legend. Dolly says she's most proud to take home the title for the world's best theme park, something the hosts have worked hard to make happen.
It means a lot. You know, it means a lot for the fans. It means a lot that I'm involved with so many great people. The Herschend family and I were blessed when God saw fit to put us all together all those many years ago, back in '86 when we opened Dollywood. And you just never know how it's going to turn out, but everything is so great.
Yeah, it is great there. But the Christmas Event Award, very special to her, as Dollywood is the only theme park to ever win the award for the best Christmas event. All right, lawmakers in D.C. trying to put an age cap on who can serve. This follows another freeze moment from Senator Mitch McConnell, cognitive issues with Senator Dianne Feinstein, and former House Speaker Nancy Pelosi announcing another run for Congress at the age of 83. Michigan Republican Congressman John James has proposed a bill to set an upper limit for representatives, senators, presidents at age 75. Some say, though, age is a poor predictor of future behavior because people don't age the same way.
The thing about being young is that eventually young people become not so young people and eventually become the old people who you'd be shutting out.
The Constitution sets minimum ages to serve in federal office, 25 years old for the House, 30 for the Senate, and a presidential candidate must be 35. All right, we're going to go to Jennifer Chandler, the Commercial Appeal food reporter. And Jennifer, how are you this morning? It's been a while since we've spoken. You doing okay?
I'm doing great. Summer is here in full force, and it's not quite as hot as it was last week, so all is good.
Oh my gosh, yes. I mean, look at this beautiful sky. We had the 60s coming into work this morning. The humidity is low. That's what it makes it so fantastic to talk about your topic today, and I can't wait. Let's hear it.
Yeah, so we're going to talk about outdoor dining. So patio season is officially here.
Oh, yeah.
And there's so many outdoor patios in Memphis now. I just kind of feel like Memphians love to eat outside. especially when the weather is nice. So I kind of have a list of 15 of my favorite spots that's up on the commercialappeal.com right now, but I thought we would discuss a few of them.
Let's go
You
for
ready?
it. I love it.
Okay, so one of my favorite patios is tucked away, and if you haven't been there, you may have never seen it, but behind Acre in East Memphis, they have created this little oasis that is like it's tree lined. You can see from this picture. I mean, it's idyllic, isn't it?
It is beautiful.
Yeah, and it has the string lights and all the foliage, and you really feel like you're transported somewhere else and that you're not sitting on Perkins, which is a busy street. So they've done an excellent job with their patio there for sure. So that's one of my favorites. And one of the things that I probably shouldn't share this tip because this is going to mean I'm not going to be able to get a table, is they really don't book the patio. So if you're thinking of going out to eat on a busy Friday or Saturday night, it's worth swinging by there and seeing if there's a patio seat available. Because I've been able to get into dinner there last minute before because of that policy that they have. So that's a good little tip. Don't tell too many people.
Yeah,
'cause I still want to be able to get in there quickly.
And so I'm wondering, during the summer when it gets really hot, I mean, all that foliage, does it help a little bit to?
It does.
Okay.
It does. It
Okay.
just kind of makes it gives you a little bit of shade, and you just kind of feel like you're in a nice little world. And if I'm remembering correctly, I'm thinking last year they had some fans out there as well.
Gotcha.
So that does help. But once the sun goes down or you're kind of approaching dusk, it's really lovely out there. Just wear light clothing, and that gives you an excuse to drink a few more drinks to cool you down.
Awesome. I love it.
So another one of my favorites, and this is we're going to talk about first, we're going to talk about fine dining, and then we're going to get into some more casual places, is Andrew Michael. Behind their restaurant on Brookhaven Circle, this used to be, when they first opened the restaurant, this was their herb garden and vegetable garden, and they decided to transform it into an outdoor patio that is great for both the summer and the winter. As you can see, it has a giant fireplace, so it's kind of nice to get that table by the fireplace in October when it's a little bit cooler. But they have a nice pergola over it that has fans, and again, it's just a lovely little quiet spot that you're away from the bustle of everything going on in the world when you dine there. So it's a really special spot, and they do take reservations for their outdoor tables. So definitely, if you're thinking that the weather's looking great, make a reservation there. Next on my list is Coastal Fish Company. So I have to tell you, they may win the award of the best view when it comes to a patio.
Yeah.
So overlooking at Shelby Farms, overlooking the lake, and then the sunsets there are just glorious. So definitely get a table outside if you're eating at Coastal Fish Company. I mean, and it's expansive, if you can see from this picture. I mean, I forgot to ask them how many tables they have, but I mean, it can seat, I'm guessing, well over 100 people out there. And you can also see they have fans to kind of keep you cool until the sun goes down. So it's a really special spot, especially if you're bringing someone in town that is not from Memphis, that you can show off Shelby Farms and just this glorious view of the lake there. So Coastal Fish Company is another
I was going to ask you, Jennifer, because I've been to the Coastal Fish Company patio when it's been cold out and they have heaters. The majority of these patios that you're showing, I mean, it's open all year long, so they'll have heaters in the winter, right?
Yes. Most places kind of got, especially thanks to, I guess you kind of find the bright side of every bad thing.
Yeah.
So they can lemonade out of lemons. And one of the things about COVID and when we were all outdoor dining is people really upped their game when it came to outdoor dining. And so restaurants invested in things like fans to make it more comfortable in the summer. They invested in things like umbrellas to kind of provide a little bit of shade. They invested in maybe some more landscaping that provided more shade. They also, for the winter, they bought heaters. So eating outside, I guess, has never been better than ever thanks to COVID. Again, making lemonade out of lemons.
Very nice.
So, okay, another fun one that I have to mention kind of on the fine dining side is the beauty shop. So Karen Carrier has been one of the top restaurateurs in Memphis forever, and there are reasons why. And she just is always ever evolving and changing. And I feel like every year she gives this backyard behind the beauty shop, her backyard deck, a remodel. So she totally this spring has repainted it, has given it this kind of like fun, it kind of feels like a Miami tropical vibe to it to me. She just finished the remodel, and it officially opens next week. So you can't eat there today, but you can probably eat there next week, and you can make a reservation to eat out there as well. But if you remember, during the pandemic, she put igloos and greenhouses all around her back porches to provide kind of like the intimate dining experience where you weren't around anyone else, but you were still sort of outside under the stars. So she has put all of those things in storage for the summer. They'll probably come back out in the winter because they were great for outdoor dining in the fall and in the winter. But for now, this is what her back porch looks like, and actually her front porch looks very similar. The greenhouses have gone into storage temporarily so that we can take advantage of the sunshine. So
awesome.
It looks great, doesn't it?
It does. I love the Miami reference. It looks great.
Yeah, I can't wait to have one of her tropical, like some kind of fruity cocktail out there, and
it calls for that. It certainly does.
She has a great watermelon salad, by the way.
Yes.
You guys, the watermelon and wings. Sorry, that's what I'm thinking of.
Oh.
So watermelon wings and a fruity cocktail out there. I think that's going to be.
Hey, you throw a fat guy in a red suit, you got Christmas. I mean, that sounds really good to me.
Yeah. Well, since we're in Cooper Young, let's move a little more casual and move down the street. Bain Barbecue and Bakery, which just, it opened as just a bakery earlier this year, and just this past month, it finally added the barbecue side, and they have this giant Texas open end, I don't know, I'm getting the name wrong, I'm sure, barbecue smoker that is supposedly the largest smoker in this region. And it is, you can't see it in the picture, but it is literally, if you're looking at the picture, it's just on the other side of the, it's on a deck on the other side of those picnic tables. So
cool.
They created kind of a beer garden atmosphere in their backyard. So they've got cornhole and they've got Jenga, and they took the original trailer, is what you see on the in the picture with the lights next to it and the kind of the awning. Yeah. That was the original food truck that he used to cook out of, and they've transformed that into a bar. So they don't have alcohol, but they do have beer. So it has become a beer garden back there. And they also, just so you know too, they have some cute picnic tables and an expansive front porch that seats, probably another 30 or 40 people as well. So there's a lot of outdoor dining, opportunities at Bain Barbecue.
It looks awesome. I love it.
Yeah, it's kind of fun. You kind of feel like you're in Texas. They did a good job of making it feel like some of the barbecue shops that I've gone to in Texas that are kind of big, and everyone eats outside, and it's kind of communal, and you eat on they serve everything on trays. So it's kind of a fun, different dining experience for you.
Cool.
So moving back out east a little bit, Brookhaven Pub and Grill is, quintessential outdoor dining. They have done it right. So they have this expansive side patio that is, again, great year-round, that is uncovered. But then they also have those kind of roll-up doors, those garage doors. So they have some indoor-outdoor spaces that, when the weather's nice, they just roll up the doors and you feel like you're under a covered patio. So it is a really fun place to eat outside for sure. So check that out. Okay, and I'm kind of bouncing around here, so sorry about this. But going back to outdoor dining, and since I'm in East Memphis and my mind is going down the road, River Oaks. During the pandemic, they closed in their front porch and created this lovely little dining experience. It's small, but they did it really, really well. They put, leather banquettes, they put fans, they put a lot of greenery. So again, they've created this space that you may be sitting on probably one of the busiest parts of Poplar right there at I-240.
Yeah.
And you don't even notice that's where you are because of how they designed this space. And it's the same level of service that you get outside. So it's really, really a nice place to dine.
It's beautiful.
For an evening. What'd you say?
Yeah, I was just going to say it's beautiful. I really like how it puts together the whole ambiance.
Yeah, it's really, really cool. Going a little bit further out east, I'm bouncing back to fine dining again. Southern Social has a great patio that they built a number of years ago. This is not anything new, but they basically took part of their parking lot and walled it in and created this intimate dining experience that gives you white tablecloth dining under the stars. So if you're out east, that is a great place to go. So do you have any favorites of yours?
So I've been to the Coastal Fish, that area, and that is, you're absolutely right. That is gorgeous, and you can't beat it year round. I mean, the views are fantastic. The Southern Social, I've also been to that one, and in addition to white tablecloth and everything's great with the umbrellas, they have great music. So they'll play play little music out there, and I always every time I've eaten out there, I've always like, wow, this is a great music selection they got going. So I definitely like that. I've been to all these restaurants. I just haven't eaten on the patio. I haven't really thought of it. I never even knew that Acre had that portion back there. It looks amazing, and I love eating outside when when the weather permits. I love eating outside. It's great.
Yeah, it just kind of puts you in the mood for summer. And one of the things that I always suggest people when they're thinking about eating outdoors is if it's a hot summer day and it's 90 degrees outside, you don't want the 5 o'clock dinner reservation.
Yes.
This is the time to maybe have a cocktail at home before you go out.
Exactly.
And have a later reservation. Try to get for that 7:30 or 8 o'clock. So when the sun is starting to go down and the temperatures are cooling, and just enjoy a nice evening under the stars, because it really is a blessing that we can do here. I mean, we do get pretty hot and steamy in the summer, but there are a lot of nights where it's just perfect for outdoor dining. And there's so many great places.
Yeah, this week has been perfect.
Yeah, and my list of 15 just skimmed the thing. when I was trying to decide which ones I was going to recommend, I really focused on ones that kind of felt like they were truly dedicated, well thought out patios. But there's so many patios out there around town where people have set up patios in front of their restaurants and taken advantage of their front walkways and such. And then you're on busy streets and you can kind of people watch and things like that. Like if you sit on there's maybe 4 or 5 tables, maybe 6 in front of Tsunami. Great people watching experience. Babalu has patios in both of their locations, same kind of things. So just look around. If you're thinking about eating outside, I bet 9 times out of 10 there's an option. And it's also one of those things, if you have an indoor reservation and it's a lovely night, when you walk in the door, ask, because a lot of places don't reserve patios because of the weather, or they only reserve patios a few days before when they know what the weather forecast is going to be, because if it's raining, they don't have a place to put you if they have a full dining room.
That is true. Do you want to hit on a few more before we let you go?
Oh gosh, I'm trying to think. I should have printed out my list in front of me to make sure that I'm telling you all the ones that I did.
So you got Second Line.
Oh yes, how did I forget Second Line? Okay, Second Line is a fun casual one. So he has a great space that he has done that it has a bar. That picture of that drink is actually sitting on the bar. So he's created a bar outside, and he it's a great place to go for people watching, because you can see Union Avenue. I mean, not Union. You can see Cooper Avenue, that Cooper Street right there in Everton Square, and watch people coming back and forth. It has great patio, great umbrellas to keep you cool. So it's kind of fun to eat there as well. Okay, what else is the one you want to tell me?
There's one downtown that I haven't been to. It's brand new, Fancy's Fish House.
Oh, yes.
I haven't been there, so I'd love to check it out.
Talk about a view. It has, it's one of the few places that has a view of the city of Memphis. I mean, the view of the Mississippi River in the city of Memphis. So, that's one of the things I've never understood. We have this great riverfront, and the way whoever was the city planners who built all those buildings, kind of didn't create great views for the public. You know, some of those office buildings have incredible views, but us as, you know, normal people can't go and see the incredible views.
Yeah, we're on the same
So,
mindset here. I agree. There should be a lot of restaurants there on the riverfront because it is a perfect area to go and check out the river. And so that's on my list. At the top of the list is check out that place for sure.
Yeah, it's great. It just recently opened.
Yep.
It has got great. It's obviously Fancy's Fish House. It is seafood based. It is named after the owner's wife's nickname is Fancy, so it's named after her. But it's really got great fresh seafood and fish and great views and this lovely little patio that sits on the side of the building. And I will tell you, it's kind of when you go to find Fancy's Fish House, I always like to warn everybody, it feels like it's a little hidden. It's on Wagner, but it's kind of behind front. So you kind of have to drive past, just use your GPS. It's kind of past that new hotel that is right there.
Okay.
And so it's kind of like hidden a little bit, but make a chance to find it and try it because it's a unique dining destination that just opened in Memphis.
She is Jennifer Chandler, Commercial Appeals food reporter, and always giving us the great scoop. And this week it is about all those great patios all across the Mid-South. How many restaurants do you have listed?
15 on that list, but it just
15.
skimmed the surface. I probably could have done 100.
Yeah.
I just ran out of print room, sadly. So all
love
those
it.
people that didn't make this list, I'll find another way to make you on a list in the future.
Fantastic, Jennifer. Thank you. Commercial Appeal and commercialappeal.com. Jennifer Chandler, we appreciate you as always. Thanks very much.
Thanks. See you later.
Good morning, everyone. Andrew Douglas here in the Action News 5 digital desk for a Monday, and we are feeling good this Monday. There's a few things to think about when we start the week here. First off, we got great weather. Okay, that's the good thing. The second thing is it is a somber anniversary here. It's 22 years since the 9/11 attacks. You know, that fateful day, September 11th, 2001. I think everyone will remember exactly where they were. So we will be talking more about remembrances, honoring the victims of that fateful day. But right now, let's talk about the weather with TikTok sensation Maggie McCauley, because, you know, she did this TikTok that was just amazing. It was a day in the life of Maggie. And if you haven't seen it, it's on our TikTok page. And Maggie, you know, there's going to be more and more people that want to be like you and know more about you after seeing that. That was good stuff.
Hey, and it was a lot of fun making it as well. You had to record a lot of videos, but I actually enjoyed putting it together so people knew exactly what I did before I came in and then when I came in. It was a good time.
I know, and you know, it's, as the kids say, Maggie, it's blowing up on social media, so hats off to you. Amazing sunrise there back in the distance, and it's going to be a great day today, right?
Yeah, it is. It's going to be a little bit warmer today, but conditions right now pretty pleasant across the board. Dry conditions, clear conditions. Right now we're seeing a whole lot of sunshine out of our Midtown High 5 camera, and temperatures pretty cool, at least to start off the day. We're in the 60s across the board. Upper 60s here in Shelby County, 62 down in Tunica, 63 over in Oxford. So nice start today. If you're heading out in the next few minutes, may even need a coat with you if you're like me. As for the rest of the day, temperatures are going to be a little bit warmer than we've seen the previous few days, but around average. 73 as we head around the 9 o'clock hour, 80s the rest of the day, low 80s, and then we're going to be even up into the upper 80s as we head around the 3 o'clock hour, and then mid 80s as well to end the day. So we're really expecting a high of 87 here in Shelby County. Partly cloudy conditions, but cloud cover is really going to build in through the day. As you saw out of that High 5 camera, we're seeing really clear conditions right now. That's just not going to be the story as we head into the afternoon and then as we head into the evening as well. We are going to be seeing that cloud cover build back in ahead of a cold front that's going to be bringing some rain here in the Mid-South. A little bit could trickle in as we head late tonight. The majority of it is really going to be into our day on Tuesday, and it clears out of here for Wednesday. So seeing some stray showers really into the day. day on Tuesday. That's going to be that main story, and that's going to be our main day for rainfall as we head over the next 5 as well. So let me go ahead and time that out for you. Cloud cover is expected as we head throughout this afternoon and evening, partly to even mostly cloudy conditions as we head overnight. And then that rainfall comes early Tuesday morning, 5, 6 o'clock for portions of eastern Arkansas. Could be impacting your morning commute. Showers expected, and then they cross over, and we're looking at showers expected into western Tennessee as we head really into the mid-morning. As you can see here, Covington over into Selmer, seeing some of those showers, but not widespread by any means as we head throughout Tuesday, and that chance really shifts to the south as we head into the afternoon. So not everyone getting in on that rainfall, but you could see a stray shower here or there as we head throughout the day on Tuesday. And then the good news is as we head throughout really the afternoon and the evening, that clears out and we're just left with some cloud cover. So if you have any plans Tuesday evening, you're really good to go. Temperature is going to be back into the low 70s and then into the 60s as well as we head throughout the evening and then into Wednesday. Now, as I said, it is associated with the cold front, so the good news is it's really going to be dropping down our dew point. 60s expected, which isn't miserable, but as we head through Thursday, even Saturday, in the 50s. That's very dry. So really pleasant conditions are going to be the story as you head out the door as we head into late week. As you can see here, Tuesday really nice. Rain chance though. 82 though for the rest of the week. 80 Thursday, 82 Friday. And look at this, overnight lows in the 60s. So I know I'm going to need a coat as you head out the door, and even a hot cup of coffee as well. Nice preview of fall. As we head into Saturday, we do have a rain chance coming back into the forecast, and then really low to mid 80s do come back as we head Saturday, Sunday, and then into next week.
Well, life is full of transitions, aren't they? Isn't it? I mean, you think about it. Throughout your life, no matter what season, big or small, we're constantly going through transitions. Some are planned, others are unexpected. No matter how they happen, it can be challenging for us. It could be anything from getting married, moving to a new house, a new job, thinking about retirement, going into retirement. So how do we handle this the best way possible? Let's bring in someone, an expert, who can really kind of help us with life's transition. I'm joined now by licensed professional counselor Elizabeth Drain. She's with Methodist Le Bonheur Healthcare to talk more about life's transitions and how to handle them. If you had the best piece of advice, Elizabeth, the number one piece of advice when people are going through transitions, what would it be first and foremost? Good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
Doing well, thank you.
First, most importantly, I would like to say it's very important to understand that, you know, different transitions, everyone handles differently, you know, depending on one's personality, coping mechanisms, support system, all of those things make a difference in terms of how you handle life transitions. However, I would like to discuss 8 coping strategies that can be implemented daily to assist you in navigating these challenges. Okay, so the first one I would say, accept change as a normal part of life. Transitions in life are the easiest for those who possess this attitude. I would also recommend identifying and express your feelings. While trying to push away feelings or fear and anxiety is normal, acknowledging them can help you get over them faster and make them real by writing them down and taking the time to reflect on them. You can reduce these influences over you by acknowledging and expressing these emotions.
So let me ask you what you said off the first one, Elizabeth. You mentioned change is a normal part of life. You know, there are so many people out there that says, I don't like change. I like doing what I'm doing right now. I don't want to change. Where do people have the most problems when it comes to transitions? Is it something that they're dealing with before the transition, the thoughts in their head before actually doing it, or is it something else?
I would say it's probably a combination of all of those things. You know, we're most comfortable with things that we're familiar with. And so when life throws us what I would call change or curveballs, things that we were not expecting, then it takes us out of our comfort zone. And so now we're having challenges navigating, the change because it's unfamiliar to us. So absolutely.
I know you mentioned 8 coping strategies, and I want you to continue with that. But I do want to have a little dialogue here because I find it interesting that you're right. I mean, like, we're all going through transitions. I mean, it doesn't matter. I mean, raising children, of course, and buying a house, getting married, moving to a new city, starting a new job. I mean, everyone's going through that. And you mentioned, right after accepting the fact that there's going to be change in your life, identifying your feelings and expressing your feelings. I mean, it's so important to just, understand why you're feeling the way that you feel, right?
Absolutely. When you can understand and process how you're feeling, why you're feeling those that way, then it makes it a little bit easier for you to cope or plan ahead and problem solve around those feelings that you're having. And as I mentioned, writing those feelings down gives you the opportunity to reflect on them. Oftentimes when we're thinking about things, we just reminisce over and over and over, and it just kind of stays stuck in our head. So when we put it on paper, it kind of makes things real, and it gives us the opportunity to process what we're thinking and not just think about it.
I totally agree. So continue on with your list of 8 coping strategies.
Okay, so the third one would be focus on the payoff. Consider the lesson you have taken away from previous transitions. Recall the steps you took and what you learned and achieved at each stage, such as changes can offer, useful time to self-reflect, learning to overcome fears and dealing with uncertainty. So just kind of thinking about the payoff, can be helpful as well. Number 4, I would say kind of what we just spoke about. Expect to be uncomfortable. A time of transition can be confusing. It is a normal feeling to feel insecure and anxious, but these feelings are part of the process and they will pass. Absolutely. Number 5, I think it's a really big one. Stay sober. It is not a good idea to use alcohol or drugs at this difficult and confusing time. It might make things even more challenging. So I think it's very important to manage, your alcohol consumption or drug use during this time.
Yeah, staying sober. I want to hit on that too, because a lot of times people are so nervous. They're concerned about the transition, wanting it to go so well. They're nervous. They might have a drink or 2 or 3, and suddenly they're not sober, and so their thinking is a little bit off base. But staying sober is so important in these critical transitions. I love that. And then expecting it to be uncomfortable. I always tell people, including my kids, I always tell them, hey, look, that first year of being in a new city, a new job, give yourself some time, because it's going to take a while. You're going to be uncomfortable. But if you just focus on the tasks at hand, focus on the payoff, like you said, it's going to be okay. And staying sober and expect a little bit of uncomfortableness for a while, it'll come through in the end. But I'm enjoying these 8 strategies. Please continue.
Okay, number 6, build your support system. Seek the support of your friends, your family members. Transition period is a great opportunity to seek a counselor's assistance. And especially for someone that may have a limited support system, the counselor can definitely help guide them through the transition process in a safe and supportive environment. Number 7, acknowledge what you are leaving behind. The first step toward accepting the new is accepting and letting go of the past to make room for the new. And then number 8 is normal to feel as though your life is out of control. Find one tiny thing you can control right now to help you feel more in control.
Is there one aspect that you find people struggle with the most, Elizabeth?
I would say managing their thoughts, because our thoughts kind of drive every emotion, feeling that we have. So I find that people struggle the most with managing the thoughts that they're having, which is why number 8 is really, really important, because if you narrow that focus and focus on the thing that you can control, or even narrow it down to one tiny thing, then it gives you more of a sense of control over what's going on.
I love the list of 8. Is there a place where people can find that list and maybe some other helpful hints online?
Well, yes. Go to the Methodist EAP website, and all of our newsletters are on there. This was this month's newsletter, so they'll be able to access this information on there.
Okay, and what is the web address?
Methodist Healthcare Employee Assistance Program.org.
Okay, so methodisthealth.org.
Mm-hmm.
Gotcha. All right. Well, listen, Elizabeth Drain, I really appreciate your time. Thank you for laying it out for us, some of the issues that some people have when it comes to getting through those transitions in life. I think it really helped people to just kind of talk about it and let people know that, hey, this is a part of life. This is something that everyone goes through, and here's a way to handle it effectively. Thanks very much.
All right. Thank you.
All right, let's talk about the fraud alert that is currently an issue here across the country. From crypto to cash apps, AARP Fraud Watch Network is revealing the latest fraud tactics right now, because they are going on attack. Scammers are constantly looking for their next victim, and we want to do a deep dive on all this with Kathy Stokes. She's the director of fraud prevention programs at AARP. I'm so glad she's back with us on the Action News 5 digital desk. Kathy, good morning. Nice to have you again. Let's talk about this latest scam and maybe the big problems with these scams in the U.S. How are you?
I'm doing well. I'm so glad that we're talking about this today. It's really important to spread the word.
I agree. So what is the surefire way? Because I know there's several different ways to really kind of know something is a scam. What is a surefire way that we can tell people, hey, watch out for this? It's an immediate red flag that this is a scam.
Yeah, there is an immediate red flag, and I hope what I'm saying is actually something that will work. We got to try something, right? We know that the criminals use our emotions against us. They know that this is the way our brain works, that if we're in a heightened emotional state, then we're more likely to believe anything they're telling us. So when you get that communication out of the blue that makes you panic or makes you very afraid or maybe really excited because you just won a lot of money, understand that that is the tactic among criminals, and don't engage to begin with.
Exactly. And we know that a lot of people like to dabble in cryptocurrency, but for some reason, cryptocurrency is involved in a lot of scams too. Tell me more.
Well, there's a lot going on in the crypto space. None of us really know a ton about it, and the criminals will take advantage of that. One thing we're seeing is crypto ATM machines popping up everywhere. I mean, just pull your map up and put crypto ATM machine and you'll see it. And the criminals are able to convince people that to pay for whatever problem that they need to address right away, go to the bank, take out cash, go to the crypto ATM machine, put that cash in the machine, send it to a wallet via a QR code, and that money's gone. And they're also doing investment schemes, trying to get people to believe that they've made a ton of money themselves and they can teach them how, but it's all completely fraudulent, and the money invested and the money that you think you're getting in returns is not real.
You know, I've heard, Kathy, several times about gift cards and Venmo and Cash App and other different money apps that are used for fraud. Tell me some good red flags that people can watch out for when it comes to that, because it seems like Venmo is used so frequently these days.
Well, you know, and it's really out there as a convenience for, you know, sharing costs among friends or family. And when it's used in another way, if someone is convincing you that there's a big financial problem that you have to address right away and to send that money by a peer-to-peer payment app, it's a scam. Same stands if they say that the best way to get that money right away to solve the problem is to buy a gift card and share the number off the back. Good news on that, 75% of people in our survey know that that's a scam, but we still saw $250 million in reported losses to gift card fraud last year.
Wow, that's a lot. It's extraordinary, and I hate to hear it. Why don't people report more scams? Are they just embarrassed?
Yeah, and you know, it's our tendency to blame victims, and so they blame themselves. And especially if you're an older adult, and older adults are far more likely to lose a lot of money to the fraud, even though younger people experience it more often. But they may be afraid that their adult kids will think there's something wrong, that they're not able cognitively to deal with their finances anymore, and that couldn't be any further from the truth. But that fear will stop people from reporting.
What else can we talk about, Kathy, to warn people out there with regards to this? Because as you've been saying, fraud is such an issue right now. It's so prevalent, especially with the demo that AARP serves.
We need to understand that fraud is a crime, that the crime itself is highly sophisticated these days, that it's largely the space of transnational criminal enterprises. And so it's us as an individual against that. Understand it is not that victim's fault. They didn't miss something. This is just something that the criminals do that they're really good at. We have to start understanding it for the crime it is, treat victims with empathy, convince them to report to the police because it is a crime and they do want a record of that. And we just need to change this narrative. It is not the fraud victim's fault.
Is there a place where people can go online, get some more information about all this fraud and various scams out there?
Yeah, you can go to aarp.org/FraudWatchNetwork. While you're there, you can sign up for biweekly alerts from us that just keep you mindful that fraud is happening. It'll tell you about what the new schemes are, and then share that. The more we talk about fraud, the less likely we are to engage in the fraud attempts.
Okay, Kathy Stokes, Director of Fraud Prevention Programs at AARP. Always a great conversation. Always great to have you on the digital desk. Thanks very much.
Great to be here again. Thank you.
An estimated 6 out of every 100 people will have PTSD, that's post-traumatic stress disorder, at some point in their lives. In recognition of PTSD Awareness Month as part of PTSD Screening Day, the VA is encouraging veterans, service members, and civilians who have experienced trauma to take a self-screen for PTSD. Joining us now to talk about this is Dr. Sonia Norman. She's director of PTSD Consultation Program with the VA. Good morning, Dr. Norman. Tell us the clinical definition of PTSD, and how do you know if you have it?
Yeah, so PTSD is post-traumatic stress disorder, and it's a mental health problem that can develop after exposure to a traumatic event, something like a physical or sexual assault, being in combat, being in a natural disaster or an accident. And the symptoms of it are things like being very upset at the memory of the trauma, but also trying to avoid it very much, but having a hard time not thinking about it. Changes in the way that someone thinks or feels. So, for example, they might feel a lot more guilt or anger than they did before, and feeling very keyed up on edge. The thing is that after a traumatic event, a lot of people will have some of those symptoms or have those symptoms. So we don't diagnose PTSD, but if someone is right away, but if someone has those symptoms for at least a month and they're pretty severe, they might have PTSD.
You know, and the other thing is, I guess, Doctor, is that people can have PTSD no matter what. I mean, it's not necessarily a combat thing. I mean, people get PTSD when it comes to anything, any kind of traumatic event, right?
Absolutely. You know, combat is one type of trauma, but there's many other kinds, and absolutely people who haven't served in the military can have PTSD. And in fact, about 6 out of 100 people will have PTSD in their lifetime.
Yeah, that's my understanding too. So why is it helpful to take a self-screening, and can you take us through that process?
I'd be very happy to, because it's very easy to do and very important to do. So the self-screening is important because if someone does have PTSD, it can be very impairing, very distressing, really affect their quality of life. So it's really important to figure it out. And that's the first step to knowing, hey, I could use treatment and get good treatment and feel better. And a lot of times what will happen is someone will go through a trauma and they'll be like, I'm not sleeping well, I'm always keyed up, but they haven't put it together and said, oh, this is PTSD, one explanation, and it's treatable. So taking the screen can be super helpful with that. And a screen we recommend, it's 6 items, 6 yes or no questions, takes about a minute. You can find it at ptsd.va.gov/screen. And you go there, you take those 6 items, and if the screen is positive, it's a great thing to take to your healthcare provider, and let them know you took the screen, and then they can do a further assessment and see if you have PTSD.
That's interesting. 6 questions, that's interesting. All right, so if someone does have PTSD based on this screening, then what? What's the next step after that?
Yeah, so the screen can give an indication of if it might be PTSD. You still really need to talk to a healthcare provider, a mental health care provider, to do a more thorough review and really see if that's the right diagnosis. And I want to say that even if someone doesn't screen positive, if they're feeling a lot of distress, they should go in and talk to a healthcare provider and get help. But if someone does have PTSD, the next step is treatment, because we have great treatments that work, and they work relatively quickly, and they can help someone feel a lot better and function a lot better. So treatment would be the next step, and I'm happy to tell you more about those if you'd like.
Yeah, I would love to hear what the treatments the treatments available, because I would think that they would range, and a lot of people want to be as natural and holistic as possible. But give us some of the treatments available.
Sure. So the most effective treatments are specific kind of psychotherapy that we call trauma-focused therapies, because they really help people process that memory of the trauma, the emotions around the trauma, and kind of move forward from there. And they're relatively brief treatments. They're about maybe 12 meetings with a therapist, plus or minus. So often after about 3 months, someone's feeling a lot better. And the ones that have the most evidence, and we can say, are the most effective, are called cognitive processing therapy, prolonged exposure therapy, and eye movement desensitization and reprocessing, which a lot of people have heard of as EMDR. We also have medications that work well to treat PTSD. So if someone's not able to get the therapy for some reason, won't do it. The medications that work well are the same ones that work well to treat depression.
I've heard a lot, Dr. Norman, maybe you can help enlighten me on this. I've heard a lot of podcasts that recommend for PTSD sufferers out there psychedelic mushrooms and some of the other modes of psychedelics out there to help treat some of the PTSD. What are your familiarities with that, and is that an option?
Yeah, at this point, that's an experimental treatment, meaning it's being researched, and there's a lot of great experimental treatments. Right now for PTSD, we don't know yet if they work, but it's an exciting time in that, we're studying them, we're seeing what other options there are that are really effective. At this time, the things that we know work well are the therapies I mentioned and the medications.
Okay, and another one, I guess you could kind of throw that in there, is MDMA. It's one of those, I guess ecstasy is some of the street names for it, Molly, that sort of thing. I've also heard, again, during these various podcasts from various scientists, neurologists, that they see some promising results in that when it comes to PTSD. What are you hearing about that?
Yeah, absolutely. It's another one that's being studied. We still consider that experimental. We can't say yet, but it's great that, it's great that we are looking at more options, because I think the more options we have, the more people will, be likely to find something that works for them. So it's great that these are being studied.
Dr. Norman, anything else that we can touch on with regards to this topic? It's something that I think every person out there, and we have thousands that join us here on the Digital Desk each and every morning, thousands of people, someone either has a friend or a family member that has been affected by PTSD. So this is a big subject for a lot of our viewers. Anything else we haven't touched on you feel is important?
I just really want to leave your viewers with a message of hope that we do have these treatments that work, that PTSD is not a life sentence, that they can feel better, and just, really encourage, whether it's you or a family member or friend, to get the good information out. Our website, ptsd.va.gov, has so much information for people who think they might have it, for family members, for anyone interested in learning more about PTSD. I really encourage you to go there and learn more.
Okay, listen, I appreciate it. Dr. Sonia Norman, VA PTSD consultation program. We really appreciate you and everything that you've said here to really help some people who are suffering out there. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Andrew Douglas here in the Action News 5 Digital Desk for a Monday, and we are feeling good this Monday. There's a few things to think about when we start the week here. First off, we got great weather. Okay, that's the good thing. The second thing is it is a somber anniversary here. It's 22 years since the 9/11 attacks. That fateful day, September 11th, 2001. I think everyone will remember exactly where they were. So we will be talking more about remembrances, honoring the victims of that fateful day. But right now, let's talk about the weather with TikTok sensation Maggie McCauley, because, she did this TikTok that was just amazing. It was a day in the life of Maggie. And if you haven't seen it, it's on our TikTok page. And Maggie, there's going to be more and more people that want to be like you and know more about you after seeing seeing that. That was good stuff.
Hey, and it was a lot of fun making it as well. You had to record a lot of videos, but I actually enjoyed putting it together so people knew exactly what I did before I came in and then when I came in. It was a good time.
I know, and you know, it's, as the kids say, Maggie, it's blowing up on social media, so hats off to you. Amazing sunrise there back in the distance, and it's going to be a great day today, right?
Yeah, it is. It's going to be a little bit warmer today, but conditions right now pretty pleasant across the board. Dry conditions, clear conditions. Right now we're seeing a whole lot of sunshine out of our Midtown High 5 camera, and temperatures pretty cool, at least to start off the day. We're in the 60s across the board. Upper 60s here in Shelby County, 62 down in Tunica, 63 over in Oxford. So nice start today. If you're heading out in the next few minutes, may even need a coat with you if you're like me. As for the rest of the day, temperatures are going to be a little bit warmer than we've seen the previous few days, but around average. 73 as we head around the 9 o'clock hour, 80s the rest of the day, low 80s, and then we're going to be even up into the upper 80s as we head around the 3 o'clock hour, and then mid 80s as well to end the day. So we're really expecting a high of 87 here in Shelby County. Partly cloudy conditions, but cloud cover is really going to build in through the day. As you saw out of that High 5 camera, we're seeing really clear conditions right now. That's just not going to be the story as we head into the afternoon and then as we head into the evening as well. We are going to be seeing that cloud cover build back in ahead of a cold front that's going to be bringing some rain here in the Mid-South. A little bit could trickle in as we head late tonight. The majority of it is really going to be into our day on Tuesday, and it clears out of here for Wednesday. So seeing some stray showers really into the day on Tuesday. That's going to be that main story, and that's going to be our main day for rainfall as we head over the next 5 as well. So let me go ahead and time that out for you. Cloud cover is expected as we head throughout this afternoon and evening, partly to even mostly cloudy conditions as we head overnight, and then that rainfall comes early Tuesday morning, 5, 6 o'clock for portions of eastern Arkansas. Could be impacting your morning commute. Showers expected, and then they cross over, and we're looking at showers expected into western Tennessee as we head really into the mid-morning. As you can see here, Covington over into Selmer, seeing some of those showers, but not widespread by any means as we head throughout Tuesday, and that chance really shifts to the south as we head into the afternoon. So not everyone getting in on that rainfall, but you could see a stray shower here or there as we head throughout the day on Tuesday. And then the good news is as we head throughout really the afternoon and the evening, that clears out and we're just left with some cloud cover. So if you have any plans Tuesday evening, you're really good to go. Temperature is going to be back into the low 70s and then into the 60s as well as we head throughout the evening and then into Wednesday. Now, as I said, it is associated with the cold front, so the good news is it's really going to be dropping down our dew point. 60s expected, which isn't miserable, but as we head through Thursday, even Saturday, in the 50s. That's very dry. So really pleasant conditions are going to be the story as you head out the door as we head into late week. As you can see here, Tuesday really nice. Rain chance though. 82 though for the rest of the week. 80 Thursday, 82 Friday. And look at this, overnight lows in the 60s. So I know I'm going to need a coat as you head out the door, and even a hot cup of coffee as well. Nice preview of fall. As we head into Saturday, we do have a rain chance coming back into the forecast, and then really low to mid 80s do come back as we head Saturday, Sunday, and then into next week.
Okay, let's talk about a developing story right now. It has to deal with Memphis River Parks Partnership suing Memphis in May. The River Parks Partnership said Memphis in May did not make good on their bill to fix the damages caused during Memphis in May's festival. So now they're suing to get Memphis in May to pay up. Walter Murphy has details from both sides.
Well, I reached out to both parties entangled in that lawsuit to see if they wanted to talk. Neither one of them wanted to go on camera. So I came down here to Tom Lee Park to see what people like you had to say. I got a lot of differing opinions, but the one constant that people kept telling me are that they love Tom Lee Park and they want to see it last for a very long time. After 2 years, more than $60 million in renovations, and a plethora of opinions, Tom Lee Park is back.
It's just stunning. I love what it adds to the Memphis culture. They can enjoy themselves down here, and that's what I think is most important.
Best spend of my tax dollars I've seen in this city.
We caught up with this Memphis dad who was taking a stroll with his daughter on Sunday. He says the new park is a gem. that's been a long time coming.
Memphis has been needed a place where we can feel our money, being used.
But on Friday, Memphis River Parks Partnership, who manages Tom Lee Park, filed a lawsuit against Memphis in May International Festival for allegedly not paying their bill to the tune of $1.4 million for the damages caused to the park during their month-long festival last spring. According to MRPP, the damages were caused during the popular Beale Street Music Festival and World Championship Barbecue Cooking Contest. In a statement to Action News 5, MRPP added, "A neutral third-party arbiter appointed by the city confirms these damages. After extending the deadline for the payment of these damages by MIM, our client had no choice but to file the instant action." In a written response from Memphis in May, a representative claims the invoice came 37 days after the date stipulated in the lease agreement that they signed to use the park. The statement goes on to say, in part, Memphis in May has and always will meet our financial responsibilities, whatever they are determined realistically to be. But for downtown residents like Sarah Reichert, this lawsuit adds even more uncertainty to an already cloudy future for the festival in the spot it's called home for decades.
I'll be down here, yes. Will the Memphis in May? Probably not.
Now, the organizers of Memphis in May say they're going to hold a public comment once they get the estimate back from their insurance adjuster. We're going to keep you updated as that information comes into our newsroom. Reporting downtown tonight, I'm Walter Murphy, Action News 5.
We're just hours away from a special session in the Arkansas State Capitol. Governor Sarah Huckabee Sanders called this session during a news conference last week. In a proclamation, she said that the session will focus on several topics: cutting annual personal income taxes, regulating changes dealing with COVID, and updating sections of the Freedom of Information Act. The special session set to begin later this morning at 11 o'clock. It is expected to end on Wednesday. Okay, I want to tell you about this. The Memphis Mayoral Forum is this Thursday evening at the University of Memphis Rose Theater. These are the 6 candidates that are going to be at that Memphis Mayoral Forum. Each of them have qualified to be a part of this forum. They've made the qualifications. The qualifications are donations of at least $350,000, a staffed physical headquarters, accessibility through social media and public interaction, and a current or previous position in public office. The Memphis Mayoral Forum is being hosted by Action News 5, the commercial appeal to Legal Women Voters. You can watch it live right here on Action News 5, Thursday night, September 14th, at 7 o'clock. And again, it's Floyd Bonner, Karen Camper, J.W. Gibson, Michelle McKissick, Paul A. Young, and Van Turner. There are a total of 17 people running for Memphis mayoral position, including one person who is a former mayor. In fact, he made history as the first African-American mayor. Former Mayor Willie Harrington was first elected back in 1991, re-elected 4 times after that until he resigned in 2009. He is running for office yet again. Here's what Dr. Harrington told Joe Birch about why he's running at age 83.
First of all, I have nothing to prove, okay? My legacy is cemented in public service. I love Memphis. Okay, I love Memphis. I have given so much of my life for public service, school superintendent, and then mayor. And all of a sudden, I'm living in the midst of a crisis, observing my city decline in national stature. The Tyree Nichols situation, which really damaged our image severely. And then the other Department of Justice situation, all of that. The deterioration of neighborhoods, the roads, the infrastructure, schools. Hopefully our schools will get better. So I said, you know, I could sit on the sideline. I'm very comfortable. Okay, very comfortable. Okay, I love real estate development. I just bought 20 acres wooded area that I want to develop, and I was writing my memoirs, Joe. I'm writing a trilogy, and I'm doing most of it myself. But there I saw the urgent need for leadership. And when I looked at these candidates, Joe, and I'm just telling you very truthfully, I did not see a single candidate for mayor that I felt as a citizen and as a former mayor that they could take this city out of its state of crisis and give it the leadership that we need. So I had to pray about it, told my family, told my good friend Michael, I said, I'm gonna get back in the ring, baby.
Okay, we're going to have more with Willie Herenton and all the leading candidates for Memphis Mayor on actionnews5.com and our newscast between now and Election Day. We also want to remind you this afternoon is a premiere of Action News 5 Now. That begins at 3:30 this afternoon. Herenton will tell Joe why he's not appearing at the candidate forum or running a conventional campaign. That's coming up later this afternoon at 3:30. Again, Action News 5 Now debuts this afternoon at 3:30. Well, today is a somber anniversary, the 22nd anniversary of the 9/11 attacks. In honor of that day, Volunteer Memphis, Indian Community Fund of Greater Memphis, and several local restaurants teaming up to deliver meals to firefighters in Memphis, Bartlett, Germantown, and Collierville. Volunteer Memphis will also hold a rally and kickoff event at the Benjamin L. Hooks Library this morning at 10 o'clock before delivering those meals. And ahead of today's memorials of the September 11th attacks, the town of Clarkstown, New York, opened a new park dedicated to firefighters. The park honors the heroes who died at the World Trade Center. The memorial statues were placed at the center of the park dedicated to fallen firefighters. The opening kicked off with a parade followed by a concert as well as hamburgers and hot dogs from a local restaurant. Amazing pictures here coming from Hawaii. Mount Kilauea has erupted yet again. A fountain of lava can be seen shooting up into the air. Incredible pictures here. Authorities say right now the eruption does not present an immediate danger. They have raised the alert level to red for potential hazards. The Hawaiian Volcano Observatory is keeping a close eye on this. The last time it erupted was back in June. Okay, let's take a look now at the cover of Memphis Magazine, the latest edition this month of September. Strong signals, Argelium's WLOK. And the article is inside Memphis Magazine this month. It's a great edition there, and talking about who Art Gilliam is and what he's done in the community. I had a chance to interview him a short time ago, but right now I'm interviewing the author of this article and also a local actor who moonlights as a pretty well-known actor in more than, I think, 3 dozen films. John Sparks joining us on the Action News 5 digital desk, a local celebrity, if you will. John, good morning. How are you?
Good morning. Very well.
Well, good. So tell me about this article. I want to show you some video of when I talked to Art Gilliam several years ago. Of course, he had more dark hair back then, but he is such a prominent figure in the city of Memphis and history. I mean, he was one of the first, and I think actually the first African-American reporter and anchor on the air in Memphis. And it was 6 months after the assassination of the Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King, and he said that it really helped him purchase WLOK back in 1977. A great story and a great situation.
It's a fantastic story that you've got this person who has been around for so long and doing really the same thing, but being adept enough to change with the times. And really, AM radio is not something that is what it used to be back 46 years ago when he got the station. But he took it, saw a great need for it, and made it not really label it a gospel station or R&B station, which it was once, but it's really what he calls a community station because it really serves the whole community. They do play a lot of gospel music, but they've got programming in there where they discuss items that are important to the entire community. It's if you need a really good energy boost, tune into WLOK, and that'll give it to you because it's very lively and it's very focused on what's happening in Memphis today.
It certainly is, and it is something where it's really become part of a staple of Memphis and the Memphis community, and for him to not only purchase it, being the first African-American owned station in Memphis back in 1977, and then continuing with it to this day, it's a testament to not only him and his staff and his team, but also the listeners who continue to listen and support it by listening each and every day.
They are very connected to the community. For years, just about the time that he acquired the station, they had the Stone Soul Picnic, which continues to this day. Is a free event. People can come out. They have it around Labor Day. And so that's just been a huge success throughout. Then they have recently, in the last few years, started the WLOK Black Film Festival. And that is coming up next week, starting on next Wednesday and running for about 5 days. Just a variety of films in various venues around the city. An incredible outreach to the community of some amazing cinematic work. So he has been really well tuned into this entire community.
What does he say he credits his success?
Oh gosh, I think he had a really good, born and grew up here in Memphis, and his mother in particular, who was a school teacher, taught him. So he was always a little bit ahead, and he went to college at a pretty young age. I believe Yale. He was maybe 16 or so. But his parents were really devoted to giving him a good education. He was smart anyway, but he really developed his intellectual and academic talents. When he came back to Memphis, I think the feeling was that he would work with his father in the insurance business, doing very well there. But as you mentioned before, he actually started working for the Commercial Appeal, writing there, and then from there went to what is now WMC. And after that, he became an administrative assistant to U.S. Representative Harold Ford Sr. in Washington. So he learned a lot along the way. And it was that whole experience that he realized he could come to Memphis and acquire this radio station and have this enormous impact, bringing everything that he had learned and looking ahead to the future. And he's still doing it.
Nice.
It's at the library.
He really is. He really is. And again, you can read John Sparks' story there on this month's stands. The newsstands are out. The issue of September is out right now on newsstands, and you can see it there. You can also read it on MemphisMagazine.com.
That's
Strong
at 9:30.
Signals, Art Gilliam's WLOK, and inside, of course, a big story there written by John Sparks. John, we appreciate it as always when you come on the Action News 5 digital desk. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Back here in the Action News 5 digital desk, student loan payments are set to resume later this month in just a few weeks. When the end of this 3.5-year forbearance that started with COVID-19. Now millions of borrowers nationwide will have to begin repaying loans. Some recent grads for the very first time. Let's bring in someone to help us kind of maneuver through this student loan repayment program. We got Mark Henry back here on the Action News 5 digital desk. He is the founder and CEO of Alloy Wealth Management. Mark, always good to see you
loves
here.
being on the digital
what
desk.
does the end of this forbearance mean for students who have loans? Good morning.
Good morning, Mark. Good morning. Well, it means that for the first time in a very long time, we have to start making payments on student loans again. They're going to start accruing interest as of September 1st.
He's thought it out.
And payments start
He doesn't
again in
waste time. He
October
gives
of this
good
year.
suggestions.
So it's right around the corner, just a few
I'm
weeks.
with you on that. Exactly. And, you know, this is in the face of an already troublesome economy, record high inflation, interest rates are continuing to go up. What are some other things that borrowers need to know during this uncertain time?
Well, hopefully they've been preparing because they've talked about it many times that it was going to happen, but it finally has. And unfortunately, it's going to catch a lot of Americans at the wrong time. So the first thing I would suggest is, one, get on an automatic repayment
I like
plan.
that idea.
Contact the person you have the loan with, the company, and keep in mind lots of people are going to be making those calls. So you may have to be on very long hold times. Don't get discouraged, but go ahead and at least get an automatic payment plan set up because you don't want to miss the payment. This is something you haven't had to pay, but the last thing we want to do is get in credit problems because we stopped paying our loans or we get behind on them. That'll just make the situation worse. So we have to at least start there. Let's contact our providers. And then I think it's also time to start thinking about how we're going to do this. Is it time for consolidation where we put them all together in one? Maybe your credit scores got up. Maybe you make more money than you did when you took the loans out years ago, and we can find a better rate. Keep in mind, rates are much higher than they were, so it might be that the rate's higher. We have to make good decisions.
That's always great advice, Mark. I appreciate it. Reworking that budget, start now, getting that payment plan. What about prioritizing the payback, principal or interest?
Right. Well, obviously, these things got to go away, and it seems overwhelming. Anytime someone's in debt, it can just seem like I'll never get out of debt. But millions of Americans have done just what you're going to do, and you have to start with words are critical. Having the right words in your vocabulary that you will do this. So let's go ahead and put a plan together, a spending plan to allow us to do that. A lot of times it means we're going to have to find some extra money. So there could be streaming services. I always tell people, take the easy wins first. Look at your budget. When I say the budget or the spending plan, what's automatically coming out of the checking account every month that we can cut out? So let's find out where is the money going. Let's try to cut out some of the automatic things. Maybe it's a gym membership we really don't need or we're not using, and let's find the money. Let's get on a repayment plan and let's start chipping away at this. You know, it's kind of that old adage of how do you eat an elephant? It's one bite at a time. You didn't get in debt overnight. You're not going to get out overnight, but we do have to start attacking this. It's time to get to live free, and freedom comes from being out of debt, especially college loan debt.
No question about it. How do we find the best repayment plan for our current circumstances?
Yeah, there's a lot of good information out there. So the edu.gov, there's websites available. But I always tell people, read the fine print. So start looking. When you think about debt reconsolidation or refinancing, especially with credit card debt, but student loans can be the same way. If you haven't taken care of what got you in debt in the first place, especially with credit cards, then most likely when you refinance, you'll just find yourself in debt again. So when it comes to the student loans themselves, if you can bundle them all together into one payment that makes more sense, that can sometimes be a good idea, but not if the terms aren't agreeable. So if we're going to have to go up in interest or things like that, pass. So you have to make a lot of phone calls. You have to look at the fine print and don't just say yes. Make sure it's the right loan for you before you sign on the dotted line.
You know, do you have any budgeting tips for folks out there? I mean, we all want to stay financially healthy and, of course, save for the future while repaying these loans. Give us some tips now to stay on a budget.
Well, especially with the student loans, because of the Secure Act 2.0, employers, a lot of times people say they can't save for retirement. And so with the 401k, because they have to repay these student loans now. Well, guess what? Employers can actually, if your company provides a match on the 401k, there's now an exclusion that allows an employer to contribute to your 401k, your retirement savings, without you putting money in it if you can just show that you're making a student loan payment. So for instance, if I paid $300 on a student loan, my employer might be willing to put $300 in my 401k. What a win that would be. So you want to talk to the HR department and see if it's not mandatory, see if your company is offering that. That would be one way to start helping at least save for the budget, save for retirement while you're paying off your student loans. The other thing is you got to know where the money's going. This is the easiest part, and it seems hard. I'm not one to try to calculate where all the receipts are going stuff, but you have to have this, what I call a zero-sum budget. So you take whatever you make every month, and that's how much you bring home, and then calculate where every dollar goes. And what I mean by that is every dollar has to have a job. So you look at the monthly expenses you have to pay, and if there's money left over, that either goes to savings or it's the extra money you're going to pay down your debt with. But you calculate where every single dollar goes, assign a job to it so that every month you're in control of your money and your money's not in control of you.
Mark, these have been great tips. Anything else that we can touch on? We have thousands of people watching us on the digital desk. Anything else with regards to paying back those student loans?
Yeah. Try not to be overwhelmed. It seems like a lot, especially right now. I know it's difficult for many people. There's also great support groups online. There's people that have done exactly what you're doing. Maybe they're a few months ahead of you or a few years, but you can find great support groups where you can join a group, get online once a month, once a week, and you talk about your progress into getting debt free, because true freedom comes when you're not in debt. So you got to get after this and attack it and do it with a positive attitude, because you can get yourself out of debt.
Good advice. Mark Henry, as always, founder and CEO of Alloy Wealth Management. We appreciate you anytime you come on the digital desk. Thanks very much.
Thanks for having me on again.
Well, hey everyone, and happy Monday out there to you. We are going to be seeing a little bit warmer conditions for our Monday at 8 a.m. Temperatures are going to be in the upper 60s, but we're going to be topping out this afternoon in the mid to upper 80s. So that is average for this time of year, but a little bit warmer than we've seen the previous few days. We're also going to be seeing a lot of cloud cover in the forecast as well, and some rain coming in for our Tuesday. So let me time that all out for you. Cloud cover is going to build in. That's the story as we head throughout the afternoon and evening. Partly cloudy, then to mostly cloudy conditions as we head overnight into our early Tuesday. Now, if you are in portions of eastern Arkansas early Tuesday, you could already see some stray showers on your early Monday morning commute. Most of us won't see that though until we head into the mid-morning. As we shift into the 9 o'clock hour, some of those rain chances come into portions of western Tennessee. But as you can see here, not everybody getting in on that rainfall. It's not really looking widespread by any means. Lots of cloud cover for Tuesday as well. And then those really shift into portions of North Mississippi, Northwest Mississippi as well as we head into the afternoon. And after the afternoon shifts through, we're really seeing dry conditions as we head into the evening. Now, those rain chances are associated with a cold front that's going to be pushing through the Mid-South for our Tuesday. It's going to be dropping down our dew point. It's going to be pretty nice. 60s expected over the next few days, but watch this. As that front shifts through, really ushers in some drier air. Dew points in the 50s. Really going to be feeling nice out there. Here's a look at your 7-day forecast. Again, rain chances are for Tuesday. Low 80s expected after the front for Tuesday, Wednesday, even into Friday. And then as we shift into next weekend, also looking at the low to mid 80s Saturday into Sunday, 60s expected as we head into the early morning hours through mid to late week. It's really going to be feeling nice. A great preview of fall out there. Might even need a coat and a pumpkin spice latte out the door. It's just going to be really nice. Slight rain chances do return for our weekend ahead, so enjoy the cooler and drier conditions while we have them.
Good morning, everyone. Andrew Douglas here in the Action News 5 digital desk. In an era where digital interactions are so much a part of family life, ensuring safety online in that environment online, boy, is that paramount, especially when it comes to children. Snapchat, we understand, is taking some additional measures to ensure safe and engaging online experiences for children ages 13 to 17. And we have someone that will help us really kind of decipher exactly what they're doing. Let's bring in Nana Yadigar, Director of Design at Snapchat, to further explain what they're doing to ensure safety online. Good morning, Nana. Talk about the different safety measures that Snapchat is doing.
Good morning, and thanks so much for having me. At Snapchat, we have a deep responsibility to the safety and well-being of our community, and especially to the younger users who use our app to communicate with their closest friends every single day. And so we recently announced new measures targeting our teen users, including making it more difficult for strangers to contact teens, tools that allow us to remove accounts that promote inappropriate content more quickly, and new educational resources for parents at parents.snapchat.com and for Snapchatters inside of our app.
Nana, let me ask you, how much of a demand has this been for various parents, staff, other people involved? I mean, has there been a demand to say, hey, wait a second, we need to make this safer because there are some lurkers out there who have are trying to do bad things to all sorts of folks?
Yeah, the primary use case of Snapchat is teens who come there to talk to their friends every single day. And so our goal is to make sure we can support that in the safest way possible. And that's why these safeguards are really targeted at things like ensuring strangers have a more difficult time contacting teens, the ability to remove accounts that promote inappropriate content more quickly. And then, of course, what research shows is the most important thing for online safety, which is that they have a parent that they can talk about these issues with. And that's why we're adding resources to parents.snapchat.com. And that's in addition to our existing parental tools called Family Center, which allow parents to see who their teens are friends with, who they're talking to, and, offers additional content controls. And so, we're always working to ensure that our community is safe, and these safeguards are really responsive to that.
I bet that safety center is something that parents need to know about and something that they're probably hearing for the first time. I'm a parent of two teenagers right now. They're older teenagers. They're both in college. But during that time when they were in middle school and high school, Snapchat was very prevalent to them. Where can parents go to be a part of this this center to really kind of understand and develop ways to see who they're talking to at any given moment?
Yeah, that's a fabulous question. So our new website, parents.snapchat.com, has a range of resources, including instructions about how to get there. But if there's any parent right now who's interested in seeing Family Center, go in the Snapchat app, type in Family Center. You'll see it come up. You can sign up for it with your teen, and that will allow you to see who your teen is friends with and who they're talking to on Snapchat. And I really encourage any parent who's watching right now to do that and take advantage of those resources.
Anything else that we can touch on that you feel is important? We have thousands of people that watch us each and every morning. What else can we tell them, Nana?
Yeah. Thank you so much. As a parent myself, I know I've emphasized this point a few times already, but I really can't overstate the importance of talking to your teen about online safety, about engaging with them where they're at. And so I hope everybody signs up for Family Center and checks out our new resources. And I hope to come back soon to share more.
Okay, great. Well, listen, you're welcome back anytime. Nana Yadigar from Snapchat, we really appreciate you taking the time to really kind of explain some new and improved ways to make digital online surfing and social media like Snapchat safer. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
All right, the Memphis Tigers hit the road, took care of business in Jonesboro, Arkansas. The U of M beating up Arkansas State 37-3 to move on to 2-0 on the year. Very impressive. What's even more impressive about this is the defense has only allowed 3 points so far in 2 games. The Tiger forced 4 turnovers, a second consecutive great night for the defense.
Look,
All in all, great defensive performance. Anytime you have 4 takeaways, it's absolutely stunning, and it's phenomenal to watch them go out there and play. And I think the thing you got to see with that is the effort by the guys and multiple guys making plays. So it's not like, hey, just this one guy. In fact, a lot of you guys got to see guys that we weren't expecting to go out there, even the preseason, even last week, that went out there and made plays. So quite pleased with that.
3 points is the fewest Arkansas State has scored on Memphis in 30 years. Southern Heritage Classic, more than 32,000 people came out to see this game. Newcomer University of Arkansas Pine Bluff faced off against Tennessee State Tigers, and the Golden Lions did a good job keeping the game close, but Tennessee State got the win in the end. Final score 24-14. Of the 45.3 million people who smoke, each metabolizes nicotine at a different rate of speed, and researchers say if people need nicotine more often, they find those people, those heavy smokers, harder to quit. So Vanderbilt University has a study used to enhance treatment counseling along with patches and gum to see if there will be more people enabled to quit those high metabolizers, those people that are heavy smokers. It was the subject of a Best Life report. Check this out.
What happens biochemically when someone smokes a cigarette is that the nicotine is absorbed through the lungs and it very quickly goes to the brain, which provides the pleasant effects of nicotine.
Some smokers who quickly metabolize nicotine are almost immediately looking for more. It's also very hard for them to quit.
Now that we're starting to understand that genetics shapes parts of smoking.
Professor Lee and his colleagues studied 321 smokers, of which 241 had the high metabolizing gene. They used patches and gum, but added psychological and emotional support to see if smokers would quit.
Providing more behavioral support to fast metabolizers increased that quit rate to 17%.
That's significant for longtime smokers like Elizabeth Jaco, who smoked a pack a day for 18 years.
I had a blood clot in my leg. I'm prone to them.
Professor Lee says by combining the traditional patch and gum with emotional and psychological support, it makes all the difference. These health coaches remind smokers why they want and need to quit.
It works, but it's like anything. You have to really want to, you have to put your mind to it.
Post-study, some people got a phone call from a state quit line to continue cessation counseling. In fact, they were given free nicotine patches. Professor Lee advises checking with programs near you to help increase your chances of quitting. With ways to live your best life, I'm Andrew Douglas, Action News 5. All right, we're going to be talking about nicotine again here. Could it help people who suffer from memory loss? Well, that's what researchers at Vanderbilt are trying to figure out. Researchers say about 12 to 18% of people ages 60 and older have mild cognitive impairment. Some might be hesitant to join the study due to the risk of smoking, but Vanderbilt says, hey, wait a second. We're not asking people to smoke. We're just using nicotine patches. It doesn't cause cancer, heart disease, or breathing problems. In fact, health leaders say it's coming from the plant, the tobacco plant. So it's just like, getting something from a plant like tomatoes.
Nicotine stimulates certain chemical systems in the brain, much as other plant chemicals do. And so we think that nicotine essentially imitates the naturally occurring chemical in our brain that stimulates attention and memory.
Right, so you must be 55 years or older to participate in this study and show early signs of memory loss. You'll then wear a nicotine patch during the day and visit the clinic once every 3 months for 2 years. Okay, a very important change is coming for airplane bathrooms. The U.S. Department of Transportation is now requiring single-aisle planes to have accessible laboratories or bathrooms for people with disabilities. So what else is needed to make air travel fully accessible for people with disabilities? Let's talk about this for a second here. We are joined now by Heather Ainsley. She is the Chief Policy Officer at Paralyzed Veterans of America. She joins us on the digital desk now. Heather, good morning to you. Let's talk about this new Department of Transportation rule and what does it mean exactly in terms of first the rule and what does it mean to the disabled community? Good morning.
Well, thank you for having me on today.
You know, what this rule really means is that people with disabilities, passengers with disabilities, will be able to access a lavatory on a single-aisle aircraft so that they can take care of their basic bodily needs with dignity. I think about what this means to paralyzed veterans. And the last time I was in Memphis traveling home with my colleague, who is himself a paralyzed veteran. And on that flight, I had access to the lavatory if I needed it, but he did not, simply because he was paralyzed. That means we're glad that the department has finally decided to put out the rule that says that lavatories will be accessible on single-aisle aircraft in the future. So we'll see a future in which the larger single-aisle aircraft have a fully accessible lavatory so that people can have dignity and not have to fast or dehydrate or maybe even soil themselves because they simply don't have access to something that most of us consider a basic human civil right.
You know, you really don't think about it until someone brings it up. And, you know, I got to be honest that, you know, I don't think many people think about it until you know, we talk about it here at Action News 5, but this is a big rule, and for the paralyzed community, it is a huge difference. It's a huge deal maker here. So tell me why air travel is so far behind when it comes to these basic needs and necessities.
You know, air travel just simply isn't designed to meet the basic needs of many people with disabilities, particularly those who use assistive devices like wheelchairs. The law that governs access to air travel doesn't include a lot of physical access and other types of accessibility requirements on aircraft. And that's different than you see in other modes of transportation like trains or buses. So that's why Paralyzed Veterans of America is advocating to ensure that the FAA Reauthorization Act, which is currently pending in Congress, that it includes meaningful reforms that will help to address some of these issues that our paralyzed veterans and other people with disabilities face, just simply trying to, you know, board and travel via air, you know, around the country or even around the world.
You know, Heather, your organization, the Paralyzed Veterans of America, for more than 75 years led the fight for accessibility, and certainly air travel is no different. I know that we have thousands of people watching us each and every morning here on the Digital Desk. If our audience is curious about ways that they want to help, is there a place where they can help in this endeavor?
You know, there most certainly are ways that people can help. And one of those is we need for you to contact your members of Congress, your representative and your 2 U.S. senators, and let them know that as they're considering the FAA reauthorization this year, that you want them to make meaningful reforms that will help ensure that paralyzed veterans and other people with disabilities don't have to suffer indignities and maybe even bodily harm just to travel by air. And, you know, a way that folks can do that is they can visit our website, pva.org/air travel. They can learn more about the issue, but they can also send that letter directly to Congress. It's very simple to do. And you can also learn more about our Just Plain Wrong campaign.
Okay, Heather Ainsley, Chief Policy Officer at Paralyzed Veterans of America. We appreciate your time this morning on the Digital Desk. Thanks very much. Good morning, everyone. Andrew Douglas in the Action News 5 Digital Desk. It is estimated that more than 100,000 people in the U.S. are currently waiting for a kidney transplant, and more than 300 patients are added to the list each and every month. The National Fallen Firefighters Foundation and the Knox Company have launched something that's called Expand Your Legacy, Become a Living Kidney Donor. It's a campaign to raise awareness about the life-changing impacts of becoming a living kidney donor. Let's talk about this with two people who are very much a part of this program. We got We got Ron Sarnacki and Bethany Shields joining us on the Action News 5 digital desk. And Ron is the executive director of the National Fallen Firefighters Association. Bethany is a living kidney donor and a fire department volunteer. Good morning to you both. Ron, I want to ask you a question. Tell me about the Expand Your Legacy message and why is it important for everyone to hear? Good morning.
So good morning, and thanks for having us here today. This program developed as a result of a relationship the National Fallen Firefighters Foundation has with the Knox Company. Knox makes a variety of fire safety products that are used by the fire service and industry to help save lives. And we learned about a team member from Knox who was in need of a kidney. And then as we began to learn more about the need of 100,000 people across the country, we found out that there are firefighters as well on that list. And so we thought, well, why not make the connection to the giving nature of the firefighting community and start with the 105 million firefighters that protect our nation each and every day to see if any of them would be willing to become a live kidney donor. And we know that firefighters are caring. They go above and beyond each day to save lives and property. And this is just another way that they could save a life. And we started with reaching out to firefighters and then obviously their families. And then through these interviews, we're hoping the general public to tell people that there's a need. And most of all, people that unfortunately, if they don't get a kidney transplant, will die as a result of that.
Bethany, over to you. I want to ask you about your personal story and your connection to the Kidney Foundation.
Yes. So I learned very quickly growing up in a firefighter family that something they did was jump anytime, any place to help somebody in need. And one of our own local legends, heroes, if you will, one of the most selfless humans named Charlie, we found out that he needed a kidney after suffering dialysis for about a year. So watching his relationships and his actions my whole life, I knew that if I could help, I wanted to help. So I went and first got tested to find out if I could even donate or go through that. I found out after 4.5 months of different various testing that I was a match and in fact could give him a kidney. So I showed up at his door one day and said, hey, I'm here to give you a kidney. We have surgery, so let's go ahead and do this transplant because I got to get married in a couple months. So we went and had the surgery to get him that kidney a year ago today.
That's fantastic, Bethany. Appreciate you sharing that with us. Ron, back over to you. Tell me why the campaign is focused on firefighters.
The main reason is, of course, the foundation's connection to the fire service community and the knowledge that the Knox Company has done a lot through its years in business to support the firefighting community. We wanted to start by trying to help there, but also it raised awareness. Bethany's story is just one of a firefighter who needed a kidney. And we have a website up that you could go to kidney.org/NFFF and see these stories of other firefighters that are in need and finding individuals to help them, to make them back whole again if we could. You know, we even have a story about an FDNY firefighter who unfortunately died in the line of duty, and his wishes that his wife ensured was that his organs would be donated to help save the lives of others. So he saved numerous people in his career as a firefighter and then did it as well in his passing. And that's the legacy piece, to be able to say, I've done something to help make the world a better place.
Absolutely, no question about it. Bethany, what would you tell others about your experience?
So I would tell anyone who wanted to at least try. The first step in the process is to get tested, whether you can donate or not. That's the first step. It gets a lot of people talking, and it gets a lot more volunteers to go out and actually try and get those organs to recipients, but that you can also live a very happy, healthy, normal life right after it.
Fantastic, Bethany. Thank you. Ron, I know you mentioned really quickly the website. Is there? Can you mention that again, and maybe other areas where people can go online to learn more information?
Absolutely. So the main site is kidney.org/NFFF, or just go to the National Fallen Firefighter Foundation website or the National Kidney Foundation website. All of those will connect to the story of the Legacy program.
Fantastic. All right. Ron Sarnecki and Bethany Shields, we really appreciate your time on the Digital Desk. Thank you for telling us your story. Bethany and Ron, thank you for telling us about this campaign that will certainly touch the lives of so many. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Well, hey everyone, and happy Monday out there to you. We are going to be seeing a little bit warmer conditions for our Monday at 8 a.m. Temperatures are going to be in the upper 60s, but we're going to be topping out this afternoon the mid to upper 80s. So that is average for this time of year, but a little bit warmer than we've seen the previous few days. We're also going to be seeing a lot of cloud cover in the forecast as well, and some rain coming in for our Tuesday. So let me time that all out for you. Cloud cover is going to build in. That's the story as we head throughout the afternoon and evening, partly cloudy, then to mostly cloudy conditions as we head overnight into our early Tuesday. Now, if you are in portions of eastern Arkansas early Tuesday, you could already see some stray showers on your early Monday morning commute. Most of us won't see that though until we head into the mid-morning. As we shift into the 9 o'clock hour, some of those rain chances come into portions of western Tennessee. But as you can see here, not everybody getting in on that rainfall. It's not really looking widespread by any means. Lots of cloud cover for Tuesday as well. And then those really shift into portions of North Mississippi, Northwest Mississippi as well as we head into the afternoon. And after the afternoon shifts through, we're really seeing dry conditions as we head into the evening. Now, those rain chances are associated with a cold front that's going to be pushing through the Mid-South for our Tuesday. It's going to be dropping down our dew point. It's going to be pretty nice. 60s expected over the next few days, but watch this. As that front shifts through, really ushers in some drier air. Dew points in the 50s. Really going to be feeling nice out there. Here's a look at your 7-day forecast. Again, rain chances are for Tuesday. Low 80s expected after the front for Tuesday. Wednesday, even into Friday. And then as we shift into next weekend, also looking at the low to mid 80s Saturday into Sunday, 60s expected as we head into the early morning hours through mid to late week. It's really going to be feeling nice. A great preview of fall out there. Might even need a coat and a pumpkin spice latte out the door. It's just going to be really nice. Slight rain chances do return for our weekend ahead, so enjoy the cooler and drier conditions while we have them.
There are so many discussions online or perhaps even in person about the proper ways to age, healthy aging, maybe ways to turn back the clock. So many different discussions, and it has been, a talk now that we've discussed for years, even decades. I mean, people want to learn how to age properly, the best ways. Everything from physical activity, food choices, and diet, of course. Let's talk more about this subject and really kind of do a deep dive with Anna Yang. She's a doctor over at Regional One Health, emergency family medicine doctor. Dr. Yang, thanks again for joining us on the Digital Desk. How important is physical activity when we age? Good morning.
Hi, good morning. Thanks for having me. It's very, very important. Basically, as you age, your body's own innate ability to, build up your bones and muscles starts to slow down. So it's really important that you actually are doing these things to encourage your body to continue good, strong muscle health, good bone health, and good joint health.
Yeah, I've always heard about not only physical activity and strength conditioning being huge and so important as you age, but also that diet. That diet is just as important. Some people think it's even more important. And when it comes to the diet, I always hear the Mediterranean diet is the best. Is that true? What would you say about diet versus exercise?
Yeah, so there are a lot of different diets out there. Most of them are aimed at specific things like weight loss. But the Mediterranean diet is really the only one out there that's actually been proven to have a benefit on your heart health or your cardiovascular health, things to prevent heart attacks and strokes and that kind of thing. So the Mediterranean diet, rather than focusing on counting calories and that kind of thing, is more of just an emphasis on certain types of foods that you should be eating. So these include things like, fresh vegetables and fruit, whole grains, and healthy fats like, from fish oil or from olive oil, and incorporating more lean meats and fish into the diet.
Yeah, I love the Mediterranean diet. Being Greek in my cultural background and my ethnicity, I do the Mediterranean diet all the time. What about sleep? Sleep is so important. We know that. But as we age, sometimes it's more difficult, it feels like, to get the proper amount of sleep. In your opinion, what's the proper amount, at least?
So really at least 7 to 8 hours a night for anyone, adults, but this is even more important as you age. During sleep, that's when your body recovers. So that includes your brain, that includes the rest of your body. So sleep is really, really important, especially for your brain health. As you age, memory is a big problem. And so to keep your brain healthy and sharp and active, and to kind of try to stave off memory loss as long as possible, sleep is really, really important. It can be harder to sleep as you get older. Older people are generally on more different medications for different things. There might be issues with chronic pain. And so there are a lot of things that make it harder to sleep and stay asleep as you get older.
Yes, absolutely. And, we've done a few stories here at Action News 5 about loneliness and isolation contributing to maybe earlier deaths. And the more social someone is as they age, the better longevity and the better healthy aging they have. Can you talk a little bit about that topic?
Yeah, definitely. So, the older you get, the more likely you know somebody or have somebody close to you who's passed away. And so having that can definitely be a big thing on your mood and on your on depression, on your health. So as you age, the more you have social activity and the more you have abilities to connect with other people, the more it's not just, your physical health, but your mental health is also really, really important. And that also affects your physical health. So it's really easy once you're isolated. COVID proved that, to become depressed really, really quickly. And, depression can make a huge difference on somebody's physical health, not just their mental health. We see it quite a bit, as somebody gets, more depressed and more isolated, they stop wanting to eat, they stop wanting to function. And as a result, their body also starts to deteriorate physically.
What about supplements? I hear so much about certain supplements. Oh, you have to take this, or our food system doesn't have enough this, and so therefore you need to take this supplement every day. What's your take on that?
Honestly, I don't have a specific supplement I recommend. Now, if you decide you want to try a supplement, you heard some information about it, as long as you talk to your doctor about it and you all agree that it's something, that doesn't interfere with your medications or, isn't negative for you, it's something you can try if you want to. But I think if you are compliant with a good, healthy diet, following the Mediterranean diet, making sure you're getting adequate nutrition and your normal foods, you really shouldn't need any additional supplements to stay healthy and happy.
What else can we talk about with healthy aging, Dr. Yang? There's got to be some other things I'm missing here.
Well, going back to the exercise, movement is just so important. As you get older, osteoporosis is a big thing. Your bones don't grow and stay healthy as they would naturally when you're younger. So really resistance exercise, not just, the cardiovascular exercise, aerobic exercise, but you also have to do some resistance exercise, pick up some low weights and push those muscles to activate your bone growth. Make sure you're getting enough calcium and vitamin D. This becomes more important as you get older to promote healthy bone growth. And then on the other side of it, not just bones, but your heart health. So the aerobic exercise is, continuing to move, even if it's not, vigorous exercise anymore, even if that's just taking a walk. Sometimes walking can be hard on the joints though. So if you have access to, a body of water like a pool or something, even if you don't know how to swim, just getting in the water, moving your muscles around against the resistance of the water, and moving so that your joints are staying active and you've got good range of motion. All of that makes a big difference because if you don't want to move and you're hurting, and the less you use your muscles and your bones, the worse that's just going to get. So you really have to stay on top of everything and get yourself going, even if you don't feel like it some days.
A couple more questions, Dr. Yang. You mentioned vitamin D, and I've heard so many different people talk about how important vitamin D is to the body. In those winter months when the sun probably isn't out as much as we want it to be, is it important to take a supplement of vitamin D? Also, I want to ask you about cold plunges. We hear a lot about cold plunges really helping people, perhaps with their ailments, their body, their joints, their movement. What do you think about that?
So let's start with the vitamin D. So in the winter months, yes, you're right. The sun's not out as much. So it is sometimes harder to get vitamin D, especially depending on where you live. Again, for the most part, if you're eating an adequate, healthy diet, you should get sufficient vitamin D, even from just, leafy green vegetables and different foods. But if you're concerned, your doctor can check your vitamin D level if necessary, especially if you have, problems with your bone health, to see if you need a supplement or not. But most people shouldn't need a vitamin D supplement, even in the wintertime, again, if they're getting enough, nutrition from a good, strong diet. As far as the cold plunge goes, I have, there are some people who swear by it and love doing it, and report all sorts of different benefits from it to their health. I say talk to your doctor about it before you try, because there are people with certain medical conditions who shouldn't do this. When you take that cold plunge, a lot of things happen to your body. Your blood vessels suddenly constrict. The way your heartbeat changes. There's a lot of different things that happen when somebody takes a cold plunge. So it might be okay for certain people, but for others, especially with certain health conditions, it is a bad idea potentially. So talk to your doctor first before you do something like that.
I appreciate the download on both of those. I do cold plunges, and it's really hard to go through it, but the after effects I feel after a cold plunge is incredible. But yeah, it's always good to talk to your doctor about that. Anything else before we let you go, Dr. Yang? This has been really helpful.
Not specifically. It's just, all the normal things that you all already hopefully know to do, just becomes even more important as you age, because, your body's reserve is starting to come down. All the growth that you've set up as a young age is starting to slow down. And it's important when you're young to start building up those habits so it doesn't become a struggle to start doing as you're older. So, even if you're still in your 20s, 30s, or 40s or 50s, this is the time to start getting those healthy habits in, so that, when you are older, it's a lot easier, to keep those habits going, and the decline is a lot slower.
All right, Dr. Anna Yang with Regional One Health, we really appreciate your time this morning. Thank you.
Thanks for having me.
Okay, crime-mating auto thefts are affecting Memphians all across the region, especially downtown. We told you about the bride whose car was stolen on her wedding day with her wedding dress inside. We later found out the groom's car, as well as his son's car, were also stolen on that same night. What is happening right now? Well, Action News 5's Cindy Gray brings us an update on how auto thefts are really hurting Memphians everywhere.
Probably in a 24-hour less than a 24-hour window, my entire family's way of transportation was just taken away. 3 cars in a matter of 24 hours taken away. What's the odds of that?
Newlywed Jarrett Morrow will have to rely on others to get to work Monday morning. His wedding day earlier this week soured by auto thefts downtown.
I see a friend of mine kind of flagging me down and looked concerned, and come to find out, he said, I think I saw somebody drive off in your car.
Morrow isn't alone. According to the Memphis Public Safety Data Hub, in the past month, at least 21 cars have been stolen within a quarter mile of where the Morrows got married off South B.B. King Boulevard and Monroe.
If you only knew the things that you're doing when you're stealing cars, and you know, some people, they're doing it for whatever reasons. If you hungry, I can't tell you to not do whatever you have to possibly do, but you're altering someone else's life by doing it, but you won't get it until you get older.
Memphis police tell us as of September 9th, there have been 11,275 auto theft incidents since January. Nearly 22% of these incidents were attempted auto thefts. It's a frustrating problem for Memphians all over the city, and one Morrow says needs special attention.
I just think the youth are pretty much out of control. They don't have a lot of things to do now.
MPD's hosted several wheel lock giveaways in an effort to curb the numbers, and although still frustrated by these thefts, Morrow says he's optimistic.
We're gonna be okay no matter what. Like, we're gonna figure it out. Even with the cars being stolen, it's okay. It's okay, we'll be all right.
Sydney Gray, Action News 5.
All 4 suspects facing charges in the assault of a 17-year-old host at Cheddar's in Germantown on the Germantown Parkway are due in court this morning. Brittany Carroll, Darius, and Caitlin Brantley all facing charges of aggravated assault. Officers say the victim in this case, Omarion Ford, was working as a host at the Cheddar's for about a month when he says he was attacked by a group of people over seating assignments. The man accused of firing shots outside of a Memphis Jewish school is due in court this morning for a mental evaluation. Investigators say last month, 32-year-old Joe Bowman, a former student of the school, went to Margolin Hebrew Academy with a gun. When he was not able to get inside, he fired shots outside and then left. Memphis police caught up with him, pulled him over about 3 miles away from the school, and investigators say he walked out of his car with a gun, and after a tense exchange, officers shot him. He's facing multiple charges, including attempted second-degree murder, assault on a first responder, and carrying a weapon on school property. Today is day 12 of the manhunt for prison escapee Deleo Calavantante. Hundreds of officers have joined the now nationwide hunt for the convicted killer. Broke out of a Pennsylvania prison back on August 31st. Investigators say over the weekend, Cavalcante was able to get past the perimeter police set up around the prison and has a new look, clean shaven. It's now moved to northern Chester County.
In a fugitive investigation, it's very tough to be proactive because you can't anticipate the human factor. We don't know what the fugitive is going to do.
There is now a $20,000 reward being offered in connection to Cavalcante's capture, and investigators are certain it's only a matter of time before he's back behind bars. He broke out of prison roughly 2 weeks after he was convicted of first-degree murder for the 2021 killing of his former girlfriend. All right, in a matter of weeks, millions of kids and working parents could be without child care. Federal funding for child care is expiring September 30th. We're talking about billions of dollars of funding that was approved during the pandemic. Now 70,000 schools and daycares across the country expected to close. Others may have to downside. That would mean 3.2 million kids could lose their child care.
It could be saying there will be a room or two that could close based on the funding that we don't receive. That means you could have 20 or 30 children that will not be attending preschool anymore.
Keep in mind, there's also a potential ripple effect because if those programs close, working parents may need to change or leave their jobs. More than 2,000 people have been killed after a massive earthquake in Morocco. Rescuers right now are still digging through the rubble in hopes of finding survivors. The hardest hit areas extremely difficult to reach. Ralph Sanchez is on the ground and has more for us.
New images of the moment this 6.8 magnitude earthquake tore through the city of Marrakesh.
Oh my God.
At a rooftop restaurant, tourists running for their lives.
It's all right, it's passing, it's passing, it's passing.
This person fleeing as rubble crashes around them. Others escaping through alleyways. The death toll today rising above 2,100. And 48 hours after the quake, the desperate search for survivors is now in a critical phase. Bringing moments of breathless joy as some are pulled to safety. But also heartbreak when the rescuers arrive too late. We traveled up a winding mountain road, blocked in places by boulders, to reach the village of Moulay Brahim.
We're standing in front of all that's left of what was once the village shrine, and in the rubble and debris in front of it are these little reminders of people's shattered lives, including their mail and their bills.
Locals say 40 people died here, more than 1% of the entire community. Among them, Lassen's 3 daughters, baby son, and wife. I'm all alone now, he says. I had a home and a family, now I have nothing. And across Morocco, in small villages and major cities, families sleeping on the streets, worried that aftershocks could still bring their homes crashing down. A nation struggling first to rescue, then recover and rebuild.
Just an awful situation there. We'll continue to keep you updated with the situation that's happening in Morocco. We also want to talk about baby items that are recalled years ago. They still remain in so many homes all across the country. And our national investigative team found out that they're also available for sale online right now. Part of the problem, critics say, is manufacturers aren't forced to aggressively tell the public when their products are dangerous, should be fixed, or even thrown away. Here's national investigative reporter Lee Zurich.
At 3 months old, PJ Madsen uttered his first words to his parents.
I love you.
The only words he would ever say. Weeks after this video was taken, PJ's parents placed him in an inclined sleeper where he slept every night since birth. When his father went to wake him up in the morning, PJ was lifeless.
He was in an inclined bassinet and he was able to roll over in it because of how narrow it was, and he was on his stomach, and mixed with the incline and him being on his stomach, he wasn't able to breathe, and he passed away that way from being in the bassinet.
His parents had no idea a government watchdog agency, the Consumer Product Safety Commission, or CPSC, hired an independent doctor to review these products for possible danger. The month before PJ died, that doctor declared no inclined sleep products are safe, warning the design has an increased risk for suffocation because babies can roll and aren't able to self-correct. In 2019, the CPSC and manufacturers of 2 products recalled the products, issuing news releases. But the recalls of the Kids 2 rocking sleepers and the Fisher-Price Rock and Play didn't stop the deaths. 6 months after the government and product maker issued the recall, PJ died.
If you would have known about the recall, PJ could be alive right now.
He would absolutely still be here. We would not have used it. We would have thrown it away.
So the message didn't reach you?
No.
And if they would have spent more time and attention, maybe even money to get that recall product, that it was recalled out, then, we would have, me and probably a bunch of other parents would have stopped using it if we would have heard about it.
In fact, at least 4 babies died after the recall, which prompted the federal government and Kids 2 to re-announce the recall in January. Fisher-Price, too, re-announced its recall, reporting 8 deaths after its first warning. According to our analysis of government data, since 2000, the Consumer Product Safety Commission has had to re-announce recalls of at least 46 products because the original alert didn't reach enough consumers.
Companies do spend a tremendous amount of time to market products to get them into consumers' home. They should be spending as much money if they find out that there is a defective product to get them out of consumers' homes and keep families safe.
Both Kids 2 and Fisher-Price declined our request for a comment. Both companies posted about the original recall on their Facebook pages and Twitter feeds, but neither company has mentioned the re-announcement of the recall on their social media channels. They did on their company websites. And the way laws are written, the federal government can't force these companies to do more, to do a better job alerting consumers.
There have been products that have been recalled, and after the recall, people have died.
That is true.
I mean, that's unacceptable.
I think that those are exactly the things we're trying to prevent by pushing companies to get the announcements out quickly and to be able to provide an adequate recall.
In fact, we were able to find these recalled products online and buy them. Here's a Fisher-Price Rock and Play we purchased in December. Since 2010, at least 100 infants have died in one just like this.
We were able to buy a Fisher-Price Rock and Play online easily. We got it delivered to us.
Yeah. I mean, that's just wrong. I mean, we need to be able to set up a system where consumers are aware of these risks and have the incentive to take advantage of them.
It's illegal to sell recalled products, but we bought the products on Facebook Marketplace. Meta is aware of these types of sales, but we've found dozens available, despite the company telling us it takes the issue seriously and removes listings when it finds them.
You should never have seen that product on their marketplace. They're in a position where they can see what's going up on their marketplace before it gets to the public, and that's the best time to step in and say, you can't post that. There's a recall on it.
CPSC Chairman Alexander Hohn-Sark even wrote to Meta asking them twice to remove incline sleepers. But just a month after his most recent plea, we bought a Kids 2 rocking sleeper from a seller in Ohio. This sleeper similar to the one little PJ was in.
I think there needs to be stricter regulations on things like that, like Facebook Marketplace trying to sell it. It needs to be out there, and people just need to take it serious, because people don't take it serious. Because like my mom said, they say it won't happen to me, or I used it with my kids, they were fine, but it takes one time for something bad to happen, and you just never, you don't know what's gonna happen.
During our interview, Lydia Calvaca held her granddaughter Ryan tight.
I have a hole in my heart. Not a day goes by that I don't think of my grandson. Not a day.
When not in her arms, she checks on every one of Ryan's deep breaths. She does the same thing with her granddaughter Dylan, frightened she might lose another baby to a defective product.
Yes, I'm scared. I can't sleep. She doesn't know this, I've never told her. But with Dylan and with Ryan, I'm afraid to sleep. I'm afraid something that happens only to other people is gonna happen again, you know? So I watch them like a hawk. My fiance watches them. They are never unattended. It sucks, because I wanna be able to enjoy them the way I enjoyed PJ, without worrying and being nervous that something's gonna happen. And this incident has taken that away from me. It's taken some of my joy for my other grandchildren away from me, and that angers me.
You know, we got 99 problems, and you know what? AARP's not one of them. Joining me now on the Action News 5 digital desk, Neil Wertheimer, the deputy editor of AARP Bulletin and AARP the magazine. He's going to be talking about 99 great ways to save. Neil, good morning. How are you?
I'm doing great today. Thank you.
Appreciate you being here. So let's talk about the top suggestions, the top tips, the ways to save at the grocery store, because every time I go, I know we say that, hey, inflation is improving. All I'm seeing is that these prices are outrageous for things that did not cost that way just a few years ago.
Inflation coming down, which gratefully it is, doesn't mean prices are coming down. It just means the rate of increase is slowing. So we absolutely have to be frugal. We're recommending people do 3 things prior to going to the store. Number 1 is check out your refrigerator and your pantry, eat down what's there, figure out how to use what's there. We Americans continue to throw out 30% of the food we buy. That's just money wasted. So number 1, Reduce the waste of the food that you're buying. Second, we say you want 2 shopping lists, not one. One is for the groceries that you need for the meals you're going to prepare in the coming week, a very specific list of items for things you're going to cook. The second list should be a rolling list of pantry items that you're going to need at some point in the near future. Things like butter, oil, toilet paper, things that you don't have to buy right away, but you're on watch. You want to keep your eye out for great discounts. When that moment comes that it's really a great price, stock up for a couple months. The final thing to do before you head to the store is to look at your grocery store's app. If you don't download that, their website. 2/3 of grocery stores in America now offer discounts on their online tools that you cannot get anywhere else. My grocery store this morning had 230 online coupons available to me, some of them with shockingly good discounts. I could not get any of those if I didn't look at it prior going to the store.
Those are some great, useful tips, Neil. I really appreciate that, and I really appreciate some of those tips. Let's talk about car and driving costs. They can add up. Certainly, everyone's taking summer vacations, perhaps many of them going on the roadway and instead of hitting the skies. How do we cut down on some of those expenses when it comes to driving in cars?
On a day-to-day basis, car travel is all about, in terms of cost, gas. So you want 2 strategies. One is get the best price for the gas that you're buying, and 2, increase your car's fuel efficiency. So in terms of getting the best price, if you're a member of a warehouse club, by all means, get their gas. Studies show that you get as much as 25 cents less per gallon. That's real savings. If you don't belong to such a place, but are loyal to a particular gas station, yes, get their credit card or join their fuel rewards program, 5 or 10 cents a gallon over time. Again, that adds up. If you don't want to do that, next, get a credit card, MasterCard, Visa, American Express, that has cash back with a particularly preference towards gas purchases. You can get a credit card that will automatically rebate you 3% of the cost of gas. Again, over time, it adds up. Absent all those things, pay cash, because that nickel differential between the credit card price and the cash price, that too adds up. Let's talk fuel efficiency. Fascinating new study shows that junk in your trunk every 100 pounds lowers your car's fuel efficiency by at least 2%. Similarly, tires that are overinflated or underinflated, 2 to 3% decrease in fuel efficiency. But most of all, it's how you drive. If you are going 80 miles per hour, you are being 27% less efficient in your gas usage than if you're going 60 miles per hour. We know who you are. You love to go fast. But overall, even if you build in the differential for being on the road longer, you will be wasting 27% more of your gas by going too fast. So slow down, mellow out, and add that in with all these other things you do. You can really increase your car's fuel efficiency.
Another great option, different set of ideas. I love it. Summer, of course, we've been talking about. A great idea for so many families out there to maybe find some last-minute deals, take the family on a vacation. What advice do you have for some of those last-minute deals, Neil?
So we found a study that showed that the sweet spot for booking airfares is 28 to 35 days away from the departure dates. If you book in that window, you will save 10% or more compared to booking much closer to the departure date. Likewise, a separate study showed that Sunday currently is the best day to book compared to, say, a Friday. In this study, it showed 5 to 15% cheaper prices if you book on a Sunday. So those are some of the techniques for getting better airfares. We found an interesting one about hotels, that independently owned and operated hotels are much more willing to negotiate on price than, say, a big chain, which really you can't negotiate. But we also found that the best way to negotiate is by sending an email to the manager. Send a note saying, we're coming to town and bringing my family. We so much look forward to staying with you, but we're we need to be frugal. How can you help us out? What's the best deal you can offer us? An email like that will often get you a really nice savings that isn't going to be found searching online.
You know, Neil, I think our viewers are going to be rewinding this with a pad and paper and just kind of taking down these notes. These are fantastic. I love it. I know that you've edited several editions of AARP's 99 Great Ways to Save. How do you find these new ways to save? I'm curious.
Well, there's a yin-yang, two sides to this. One is that there's always new stores. There's always older stores adding new programs. There's always new apps. There's always new tools that are trying to search for the best price. So there's a whole world of dynamic new tools available for getting the best price. At the same time, everyday frugality really does matter. And I give the example of a mixture of equal parts water and vinegar is the best window and glass cleaner you're going to find. And for 25 cents, you could whip up a big batch. Why pay $6 for window cleaner at the store when you can make it at home? That kind of everyday frugality mixed in with being mindful to all the new things that are happening out there, put those together and you really can save hundreds, if not thousands of dollars routinely over 6 months, over a year's time.
Neil Wertheimer, Deputy Editor of AARP Bulletin and AARP The Magazine. Really appreciate all the stuff that you brought this morning. This is going to help so many viewers, thousands of them, tune in each and every morning. Thanks so much for coming on the Digital Desk. Appreciate it.
Oh, it's...
Okay, Andrew Douglas here in the Action News 5 Digital Desk. We love music in Memphis. That is one of the things. We love our food, we love our music, we love our culture, and you know something that brings it all together is the Overton Park Shell. The Overton Park Shell has music, it has culture, and you know there's trucks there serving up food and what have you. Let's talk about the Overton Park Shell because it is such a gem in our community. We got Yolanda Kelly, Outreach Manager for Shell on Wheels, joining us on the Digital Desk. Yolanda, how are you this morning?
I am great this morning. How are you?
Oh, I'm doing great. You know I'm doing great here. We're on the Digital Desk. We're having a great time. It's a beautiful day outside in Memphis and the Mid-South, and we're talking about the Overton Park Shell. And first off, I want to ask, how has the Shell on Wheels, how has that program been this summer? I know that there was a lot of talk about it before the summer. Give us an update.
Of course. So we had our Shell on Wheels mobile shell lunch about a month ago now. And so far we have had 4 events that we have been so grateful that these communities have allowed us into their communities with the mobile shell. We've done a part of the Mythic series with Frazier. We've done Occupy the Park presents, Occupy the Shell presents Occupy the Park. We've done a few corporate events. So we're very excited about this season and still booking for the rest of the fall.
Nice. That's fantastic. Congratulations on that. So let's talk about this weekend now, because this weekend, I understand it's going to be very active, not only with concerts, but also there's some cardio going on. Let's first talk about what's happening on Friday. We got Dirty Streets. Tell me about that. I know there's Dirty Streets, but no, there's an actual band named Dirty Streets.
There is an amazing band coming to the Shell this weekend, Dirty Streets. One thing I love about the Shell is we always have some amazing music, and we have this free concert series that we're able to do. We have food trucks, we have the bands, and so we're just excited for everyone to come out, bring their picnics, bring their families, bring their dogs, and sit on the lawn and enjoy our concert series. The concert starts at 7. We also have pre-show starting at 5.
Fantastic. So Dirty Streets, we're looking at a picture of them right now. That is Friday from 7 until 8:30. As you mentioned, the pre-show starts at 5. And then Saturday, we got a mainstay, Memphis' own Al Capone giving a free concert. Tell me more on Saturday.
Yes, we're so excited that we have Al Capone support. He has been such a big, important part of the Shell and Shell on Wheels. He also did a Shell on Wheels event with Mosh called Laser Live. So we're excited to have him on the Overton Park stage again. And this is his first time on the Overton Park Shell stage. So we're so excited about his event and his concert. And we know that he is going to have so many more amazing Memphis artists on the stage as well. One thing about Al Capone is he always bring other artists in to support. So we're excited about everyone that he'll have on the stage on Saturday.
And we're looking at some pictures of some of the crowds there, the fun and the festivities. It's always a great time. People can bring picnic baskets and all kinds of drinks and blankets, lawn chairs, always welcome. And of course, dogs on a leash welcome as well. Tell me about the cardio at the Shell. I saw that is something that's happening on Saturday morning, this Saturday morning. Is that something that's a regular thing? Tell me more.
So during the pandemic, when music had to go down for a little while, we had the Shell. So there were so many things. What can we do to utilize the space while we're not able to get together? And the Shell is a perfect place to have this wellness series. There's so much room out there, the grass area. So we have this wellness series every weekend. We also have goat yoga. We have Zumba. We have so many fun and exciting wellness events as part of our wellness series.
Anything else, Yolanda, that you wanted to mention about the Overton Park Shell? I just think it's a wonderful place, and there's so many different things, and you can't have a bad time when you go out there and enjoy the festivities. Anything else you want to mention?
So I said earlier, we're currently still taking rentals for our mobile Shell, and we're so excited to share this mobile Shell stage with Memphis and the rest of the community. So if you have any questions about rentals, about events, or anything else, please reach out to us. We are so excited to utilize this stage in our community, and we're so grateful that you guys support it as much as you do.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Yolanda Kelly, Outreach Manager, Shell on Wheels with Overton Park Shell. We really appreciate you and all that you and your staff do for Memphis and the Mid-South and Overton Park Shell. We love it here at WMC Action News 5. Thanks so very much.
Thank you.
Well, hey everyone, and happy Monday out there to you. We are going to be seeing a little bit warmer conditions for our Monday at 8 a.m. Temperatures are going to be in the upper 60s, but we're going to be topping out this afternoon in the mid to upper 80s. So that is average for this time of year, but a little bit warmer than we've seen the previous few days. We're also going to be seeing a lot of cloud cover in the forecast as well, and some rain coming in for our Tuesday. So let me time that all out for you. Cloud cover is going to build in. That's the story as we head throughout the afternoon and evening, partly cloudy, then to mostly cloudy conditions as we head overnight into our early Tuesday. Now, if you are in portions of eastern Arkansas early Tuesday, you could already see some stray showers on your early Monday morning commute. Most of us won't see that though until we head into the mid-morning. As we shift into the 9 o'clock hour, some of those rain chances come into portions of western Tennessee. But as you can see here, not everybody getting in on that rainfall. It's not really looking widespread by any means. Lots of cloud cover for Tuesday as well. And then those really shift into portions of North Mississippi, Northwest Mississippi as well as we head into the afternoon. And after the afternoon shifts through, we're really seeing dry conditions as we head into the evening. Now, those rain chances are associated with a cold front that's going to be pushing through the Mid-South for our Tuesday. It's going to be dropping down our dew point. It's going to be pretty nice. 60s expected over the next few days, but watch this. As that front shifts through, really ushers in some drier air. Dew points in the 50s. Really going to be feeling nice out there. Here's a look at your 7-day forecast. Again, rain chances are for Tuesday. Low 80s expected after the front for Tuesday, Wednesday, even into Friday. And then as we shift into next weekend, also looking at the low to mid 80s Saturday into Sunday, 60s expected as we head into the early morning hours through mid to late week. It's really going to be feeling nice. A great preview of fall out there. Might even need a coat and a pumpkin spice latte out the door. It's just going to be really nice. Slight rain chances do return for our weekend ahead, so enjoy the cooler and drier conditions while we have them.
There is a doctor on a mission, and you may have seen his mission on the side of the interstate. Dennis Godby is walking 600 miles from Tennessee to Milwaukee. It's all to raise awareness for health equity, making sure everyone has equal access to the highest levels of health care. He's more than 250 miles into the journey, averaging about 24 miles every day.
My wife asked me, she said, "What is your biggest fear?" the night before. And I was surprised by her question, but she had that much forethought, and I told her that that it wouldn't make enough of a difference, and she said, "That's not why you're out there. You're out there because you have to do it, whether it makes a big difference or not."
All right, Dr. Godby expects to arrive in Milwaukee in about 2.5 weeks. A reporter in Nashville who also moonlights as a beekeeper, and those skills came in quite handy this week when Nick Perez got a call about a swarm of bees that needed help. The property owner was surprised about the tenants in a tree here. Honeybees are typically docile. They don't really want to sting you, but their home was destroyed in a storm, so they were a little defensive. Nick Barris suited up before moving in to remove the bees and the honeycomb.
There is a hive inside the hollow of that tree. And so the idea now is to go in and try to clear those bees out, save them, and keep people from having to deal with swarming bees all around the neighborhood.
Yeah, these days wild hives are pretty rare. The majority of bees in Tennessee now live in hive boxes kept by beekeepers. I'm sure you've seen boxes perhaps on the side of the road. Bees are pollinators. They're vital to the success of crops in Tennessee. It's important to protect them. By the way, it's illegal in Tennessee to kill honeybees. If you have an unwanted hive on your property, you can contact local beekeeping associations, and someone will be more than willing to come out. All right, have you heard of the term unretirement? It is a term that describes someone who has retired and then come back to the workplace. And it is, believe it or not, becoming a trend. If you are thinking, or perhaps you or someone you know thinking about rejoining the workforce, there are some things you should consider. It was the subject of my Best Life report this morning. Check it out.
So I'm going to call Camille, party of three.
Trevor Vatour retired from commercial real estate at age 65, but 3 years later, he's back to work.
I needed something to do.
This time around, he's exchanged his suits for shorts, working on the water part-time for a scenic boat tour company.
You're meeting a lot of people. You meet people from all over the country, all over a lot of different countries.
Trevor's decision to unretire isn't common. A recent study found 1 in 6 retired Americans are considering returning to work. If you haven't reached full retirement age, you can earn up to $19,560 before your Social Security benefits are affected. After that, your check will drop by $1 for every $2 you earn. If you do decide to rejoin the workforce, use your existing professional network to land a job. Reach out to former colleagues and managers about opportunities. Also, get up to speed on technology, learn how to conduct a Zoom call, and become familiar with online platforms like LinkedIn.
Oh, you didn't?
And if you're like Trevor and don't necessarily need the income, consider a job that's low stress, flexible, and enjoyable.
If you don't enjoy what you're doing, why do it at all? Okay, have fun, guys.
Thank you.
This new proposal by University of Tennessee is going to open the door for some kids that maybe don't have that 27 ACT, which has become kind of the average at UT. It's going to give them a shot at getting into UT, and it's going to take off a lot of pressure.
Jackson State University and the program there is preparing to celebrate 20 years. School leaders say they're working to encourage more people to participate in doctoral education. They say the progress is growing. In fact, they're seeing consistent enrollments above average or graduation rates for doctoral programs. They hope more people, especially those in underrepresented communities, take advantage of the program. All right, next month, the long-awaited sequel to the book The Firm hits bookstores all across the U.S. The Exchange, as that's what it's called, reveals what that became of Mitch and Abby McDeer after they exposed crimes at a Memphis-based law firm. The firm, of course, filmed here in Memphis many years ago, launched John Grisham's best-selling career, but the author was already a favorite of Memphis book lovers at Midtown's bookstore that is the focus of a 5-star story. Kim Clark has more.
Burke's Bookstore on Cooper Street has an inventory of books as eclectic as the Midtown neighborhood where it now sits.
What I like to call Burke's is a browser's paradise.
A paradise Corey and his wife Cheryl Messler have been in love with for dozens of years.
It's really important to me to have a store where people can come into, feel welcome, and be surprised by something that they didn't know they wanted.
On the shelves, you'll find about 14,000 new and used books, rare books, first editions, and signed copies. The best of the old, the latest of the new, and hard-to-find collectibles.
And since Burke's is part of the history, and it's important to us to keep a big Memphis history section. That's one of our draws.
Also, more typewriters than they can possibly display.
And people became fascinated with them. I didn't know there was that much interest in typewriters. Of course, it fits. This is how books are written. And the more people became fascinated with it, and they would bring us typewriters.
Messler, the author of several novels of his own, has also brought some of the world's most famous authors into the shop.
John Grisham's a dear friend, still a dear friend of the store. Literally over 100 authors, I'm sure, have been through here.
And it's not just famous authors who've made Burke's a destination. Take screenwriter Joel Cohen and his wife and actress Frances McDormand. Messler called the couple's visit one of the best days of his 40-year book-selling career.
They said they came to Memphis, this is what they told us, we came to Memphis for barbecue, antique stores, and Burke's. Now, they may have just been flattering us, but it sure felt good. They said they'd been in the store 20-some years ago, and we remembered it.
The story of Burke's bookstore started more than a century ago.
Started 1865 on Main Street in the Burke's family, famous for selling textbooks to all the Catholic schools in town.
Eventually, the Burke family moved the business to the 600 block of Poplar Avenue.
In the 60s, urban renewal came through. They wanted to raise a lot of those buildings, so Burke's had to find a new home. We're still in the Burke's family at that point in the third generation. It went from father to son to son.
The bookstore was bought by Diana Crump in 1978, then Harriet Beeson, shown here in this picture, who moved the business to its third location in 1988 at 1719 Poplar Avenue. Corey began working for Beeson that year as well.
And of course, loved it. I've been in the book business since I was 18.
That's also when Burke's began selling used books.
In 2000, we were able to buy the store because Harriet was ready to retire.
In 2007, the Messlers moved the business to its fourth and hopefully final location in Cooper Young, becoming their own family business.
Cheryl and I are fixing to have our 31st wedding anniversary. We met in the store, got married at the playhouse next door, had the reception in the store. So we are wed to the store, literally. And then our daughter Chloe came on board 5 years ago.
When asked why Burke's has stayed in business so long, Messler's simple answer is civic pride.
Memphians love Memphis. I mean, true Memphians really love the city. So we're part of the history, and we honor the history. We're proud to be in Memphis. We're proud to be Memphians, and I guess people respond to that.
In Cooper Young,
thank you to Memphis for supporting us for almost 150 years. Thank you for thinking we're worth supporting and worth keeping around.
Kim Clark, Action News 5.
It is a crime affecting our teens. Law enforcement calls it sextortion, and these crimes are on the rise. But a lack of funding and resources often keep criminals ahead of investigators who are already stretched thin. We have investigative reporter Carice Jackman, who spoke with the father of a sextortion victim, who wants you to hear his child's stories. But we do warn you, there is discussion of suicide in this story.
A star athlete with a constant smile on his face.
He was just always rough and tough, but he was always polite.
Is the best way Brian Montgomery remembers his son, Walker.
Growing up, Walker was, just always the kid that wanted to please.
Walker shined on and off the field, but the special light in Walker's 16-year-old life was dimmed because of what happened online.
Walker died as a result from suicide as a result from the pressures brought on by sextortion.
Montgomery says Walker was approached online by someone pretending to be a teenage girl. The exchange started off normally. Walker and who he thought was a teenage girl talked about things Walker loved, like sports. Eventually, the pretend teen got him to participate in a sexual act using video chat.
Well, all the time, Walker didn't know it, but he was being recorded. At the end of that episode, they come back and said, okay, you're going to give us $1,000. We're going to send this to everybody that you know.
Walker pleaded for the predator not to release it.
And then they start sending Walker screenshots of them sending the videos out. And Walker tells them, well, I'm going to kill myself. And these people respond with, go ahead, because you're already dead anyway.
How long was the exchange between this person and Walker? Did it last several weeks, or was it just a couple of days?
It was that single night, one night. They approached him at midnight of December the 1st, and Walker committed suicide that same morning.
It was that quick that they were
that fast.
Montgomery later found out about the online exchange when authorities confiscated Walker's phone during the investigation.
They were able to track the perpetrators to Nigeria, and they were able to send a subpoena to Instagram, figure out where that IP address originated from.
According to the FBI and Homeland Security investigations, there's been a rise of incidents like Walker's, where children and teens are being coerced into sending sexually explicit images or videos online and then extorted for money, a crime known as financial sextortion. Law enforcement received over 7,000 reports over the past year of online financial sextortion of minors, with at least 3,000 victims, most of them boys. The FBI reported over a dozen suicides in the last year because of this scheme.
I mean, sadly, we know of numerous instances where children have taken their own life because the pressure and the fear of embarrassment and exposure is so great that they have seen no other alternative other than suicide, which is extremely tragic.
Mike Prado is Deputy Assistant Director of the Homeland Security Investigations Cybercrime Center. Its center in Virginia examines everything from dark web cybercriminals to child exploitation. The FBI and HSI work together and split their responsibilities. The agencies found most extortion criminals originate in Nigeria and the Ivory Coast. The FBI tackles extortion investigations out of Nigeria, while HSI investigates cases coming out of the Ivory Coast. Prado says they've recently hosted the security minister of the Ivory Coast to combat and stop sextortion scammers.
We're working collaboratively to identify organizations and individuals who are perpetuating this crime against children, not just in the United States, but around the world.
In the United States, HSI partners with 61 Internet Crimes Against Children task forces from coast to coast. The task force agencies say they receive thousands of cyber tips a year. But when it comes to actually tracking which cases are sextortion by number, we've uncovered most agencies don't have those statistics. Despite the rise in this cyber crime, one agency after another told us they don't have a state statute or criminal code that deals specifically with sextortion. Indiana told us these cases might fall under numerous Indiana laws. Florida says there is no state statute that deals specifically with sextortion. South Carolina recently passed a bill to crack down on sextortion, making the crime punishable by up to 30 years in prison. And while a handful of states do provide sextortion state statutes, there's no national law specifically for sextortion. and not all states get the same funding for investigating cases.
While we do get federal funding through that, we also are extremely thankful that we also get state funding here in Washington State. So our Washington State legislature has provided us additional funds for this as well. So not every state has that.
Sergeant Brandon James is head of the ICAC task force in Seattle, Washington. He took us exclusively inside their task force facility.
I have about 7 detectives, but we cover just normal ICAC investigations. I also have a detective who just does criminal intelligence, and I have detectives who also do digital forensics, and so they are specifically trained in mobile and computer forensics. So when we do collect digital items of evidence, that they go through those in a very systematic way for gathering that evidence for court.
Like many agencies, the Seattle Task Force noticed a sharp increase over the last year, tied to online crimes targeting children.
Investigating these kind of crimes isn't your typical law enforcement investigation. It does provide an additional level of training and experience and aptitude to investigate the internet. And not all police departments have that training.
Sergeant James also says they're probably only getting a fraction of what's occurring because most people don't know where to turn when sextortion hits their home. He says his team works hard not only to investigate sextortion, but to educate parents, teachers, students, and even people in law enforcement.
I've been trying to do as much as we can, getting the message out to the officers that are responding to these suicides to say, hey, if you're responding to a teen suicide, you might want to think about collecting some digital evidence, particularly their cell phone.
As a family at home, my wife's missing her son. Walker's brothers and sisters are missing their brother.
Montgomery uses his son's tragedy to alert people across the country. He plans to travel to Washington, D.C. and testify before Congress to continue to share Walker's story, hoping teenagers will listen and be careful about who they talk to online.
If one person sees this, 10 people see this, and the things we're doing and it changes somebody else, that's a win. And somebody, a bad guy on the other side of the world, just lost one, and we gained one.
In the U.S., 7% of children are diagnosed with fluid in their ears. Those infections can be so expensive, and they can also permanently damage a child's hearing. It was the subject of a Best Life report showing you traditional exam tools are now becoming outdated, but there is some new cutting-edge tool that one doctor's using, and it actually is being built with software to aid in spotting those infections. Check this out. 5 out of 6 children will develop painful ear infections by their 3rd birthday. Their eustachian tubes connecting the ear to the back of the nose are underdeveloped, requiring artificial drainage tubes.
That basically are ventilating the middle ear space. So you create a hole in the eardrum, you place a tube in that's keeping that hole open, and that allows us to ventilate the middle ear and remove any fluid that might be behind the eardrum.
Ear infections are painful and can cause hearing loss and speech delays. Otoscopes have been in use for decades but lack proper lighting and clear field of view. So Dr. Moberly is turning to creating artificial intelligence to record and analyze eardrum videos.
This software then takes that, creates a composite image, but then also provides some feedback back to the clinician and says, this is a 90% chance that this is a normal looking ear, or this is a 75% chance that there is fluid behind the eardrum.
The AI algorithm will use deep learning to identify and classify middle ear disease with greater accuracy. This should prevent long-term hearing loss and improve speech and language development. Dr. Moberly cautions against buying an otoscope online and trying to diagnose these infections through phone apps. With Ways to Live Your Best Life, I'm Andrew Douglas, Action News 5. In this new school year, for students here and across the country, many parents are reflecting on how fast time flies. For many, one of the biggest concerns is paying for college, that college education. So our Ariana Poindexter has a great set of tips and advice in this Bottom Line report, how a 529 college savings plan can really help you and what to keep in mind before withdrawing those funds. Check it out.
Sending your kids off to college is an exciting time for many families, one that some parents might have been saving toward for years.
A 529 plan is one of the best ways that you can save for college. It's a state-sponsored investment plan that allows you to save for your kids' college education no matter how far into the future.
But many families don't take advantage of this opportunity. In fact, only 30% of families used a 529 account to help pay for college this year, according to a 2023 study by Sallie Mae. One of the benefits of a 529 savings plan is that since the money saved is invested, it has the potential to multiply over time. For example, if you opened a 529 account for a newborn this year and contributed about $250 a month, you'd have more than $113,000 when your child heads off to college in 18 years. That's more than double your $54,000 investment.
One of the greatest things about it is that the money grows tax-free, and many states even give you a tax deduction. And if you get a later start, that's okay. It's still less money that you'll take out as a loan later on.
The money from a 529 account has to be used on qualified education-related expenses like tuition, fees, books, supplies, computers, and room and board, as long as the student is enrolled in school. A few things to keep in mind: you need to spend the money in the same tax year, not school year, that you make the withdrawal. And be sure to keep all your receipts in case the IRS has questions later. And if you're lucky enough to have leftover 529 funds, avoid taxes and penalties by saving it for graduate school or transferring the money to another child or family member.
Experts say you can even use 529 money towards tuition for students in kindergarten through 12th grade, but only up to $10,000 per student per year. With your Bottom Line report, I'm Ariana Poindexter, Action News 5.
Well, hey everyone, and happy Monday out there to you. We are going to be seeing a little bit warmer conditions for our Monday. At 8 a.m. temperatures are going to be in the upper 60s, but we're going to be topping out this afternoon in the mid to upper 80s. So that is average for this time of year, but a little bit warmer than we've seen the previous few days. We're also going to be seeing a lot of cloud cover in the forecast as well, and some rain coming in for our Tuesday. So let me time that all out for you. Cloud cover is going to build in. That's the story as we head throughout the afternoon and evening. Partly cloudy, then to mostly cloudy conditions as we head overnight into our early Tuesday. Now, if you are in portions of eastern Arkansas early Tuesday, you could already see some stray showers on your early Monday morning commute. Most of us won't see that though until we head into the mid-morning. As we shift into the 9 o'clock hour, some of those rain chances come into portions of western Tennessee. But as you can see here, not everybody getting in on that rainfall. It's not really looking widespread by any means. Lots of cloud cover for Tuesday as well. And then those really shift into portions of North Mississippi, Northwest Mississippi as well as we head into the afternoon. And after the afternoon shifts through, we're really seeing dry conditions as we head into the evening. Now, those rain chances are associated with a cold front that's going to be pushing through the Mid-South for our Tuesday. It's going to be dropping down our dew point. It's going to be pretty nice. 60s expected over the next few days, but watch this. As that front shifts through, really ushers in some drier air. Dew points in the 50s. Really going to be feeling nice out there. Here's a look at your 7-day forecast. Again, rain chances are for Tuesday. Low 80s expected after the front for Tuesday, Wednesday, even into Friday. And then as we shift into next weekend, also looking at the low to mid 80s Saturday into Sunday, 60s expected as we head into the early morning hours through mid to late week. It's really going to be feeling nice. A great preview of fall out there. Might even need a coat and a pumpkin spice latte out the door. It's just going to be really nice. Slight rain chances do return for our weekend ahead, so enjoy the cooler and drier conditions while we have them.
Okay, I want to show you this. This is our shot that's from the Collierville Police Department. We are awaiting a news conference that's expected to begin at any minute. This is about the double shooting that took place just a couple of days ago in the town of Collierville. One person died, one person is injured, and according to Collierville Police, they arrested their prime suspect in Texas without incident. So we're expecting to get many more details here in this news conference that, again, is expected at any moment. moment, and we'll bring it to you live here on the Action News 5 digital desk. I also want to show you this. This is one of the top stories that we are following at this hour on Action News 5. This is posted on actionnews5.com here. This is a woman is missing after riverboat ride with friends, police say, and you can read more about this story. It was on Action News 5 this morning. Memphis police searching for a woman reported missing after taking a riverboat ride with a friend. This is Tamia Taylor. She's 21. She has been reported missing following a trip to Memphis to ride the riverboat. According to police, investigators say her mother reported her missing on Sunday after she didn't return home from this boat ride on Riverside Drive. Investigators say Tamia's mother told them Tamia was coming to Memphis to meet friends for a riverboat ride scheduled for 10:30 in the evening on Saturday. They said the mother told police that Tamia's friend said she never got on the boat, but hours later, MPD released an updated report said it showed Tamia did make it to Memphis and onto the boat, but could not be found when the boat docked. So this is according to the Memphis Riverboat site, the Midnight Booze Cruise. It's a 2-hour cruise that boards at 10:30, departs at 11:30, returns at 1:30 for people 21 and older. She is 5'7", 125 pounds, last seen wearing a black jacket, beige shirt, white shorts, orange socks, and white shoes. If you have any information, contact Memphis Police. Again, this is a picture of her, Tamia Taylor. Right now, let's go to the town of Collierville. That is Collierville Police Chief Dale Lane giving us.
Police here at Collierville. Today, standing with me to my left is the U.S. Marshal for the Western District of Tennessee, Tyrese Miller, Assistant Chief Jeff Ablin, and Inspector Rowlett, commander of our Criminal Intelligence Division. Yesterday, we received a call of a shooting at 5:43. Our first officers were on the scene at 5:45. They began to ensure medical treatment was given to the victims. They stabilized the scene to make sure that we didn't have any other threats to the public, and they began to secure that crime scene and protect it. Our detectives arrived on the scene. We found out we had two victims that were shot. One of them deceased, Jeannie Otten, 47, and our second victim was Mark Cross, 51. As the investigation proceeded, our detectives developed Eric Otten, the strange husband of Jeannie, as a suspect. They began to take information from the public. We were getting information through our investigative means, and they were following through. We had multiple police agencies that assisted us in this investigation. I'm just going to list them real quickly. South Haven Police Department, Olive Branch Police Department, DeSoto County Sheriff's Office, FBI Memphis, Missouri State Highway Patrol, and the U.S. Marshal's Office from Memphis and Austin. As you can see, this was a broad net, if you will, a lot of cooperation, and I can't say enough how much I appreciate the help that we received from our law enforcement partners and our community, because it took us all to get this suspect into custody. Eric Otten is charged with first-degree murder, or will be, as warrants have been issued for that, and first-degree criminal attempt murder. He is right now going through the extradition process in Texas, and he will be brought back just as soon as that process is completed. One of the things that I'm most proud of is the relentless nature that our detectives pursued every lead, and their ability to network and work with other agencies. I mean, one of them that's key in all of this, that worked with our detectives all the way up to the time of the arrest, was the U.S. Marshal Service. So I'm going to ask Marshal Miller to come up and give a few words. But before I do, I just wanted to tell you, sir, thank you for the help, the professionalism. One of my prayers at the beginning of this whole thing was that there'd be no more violence associated. We could get a nonviolent resolution. And extremely professional policing that not only ensured that no one was injured, no citizens were hurt in the Austin, Texas area. The suspect was arrested in Gerald, Texas, And so no injuries there to citizens, no injuries to any deputy U.S. Marshals, and no injuries to the suspect. And so with that, Marshal, would you come up and say a few words?
Thank you. Thank you, Chief. Good morning. I just want to start out by saying, you know, we did not get involved until we received the call from the Collierville Police Department. And I want to just thank Chief Lane for that, for the partnership and the confidence in calling us. And I want to give him and his department all the credit. They're the ones who showed up on the scene. They're the ones who developed the suspect information, and they're even the ones who told us a general location where he could be found. And so when they called us at about 10 o'clock yesterday morning, once that call was made, we then reached out to our counterparts in the Western District of Texas, and I called U.S. Marshal Susan Parmelo, who's a marshal in that district, and their task force got involved, and within 6 hours from the time we received the phone call, Mr. Otten was in custody. And as Chief Lane mentioned, he was arrested in Gerald, Texas by the Lone Star Fugitive Task Force Austin Division, along with the Texas Department of Public Safety. So again, it's just a great teamwork, great collaboration, and I'm proud of the fact that, like I said, when we received the call, we were able to get right on top of it. This is on a Sunday, on the weekend, and the U.S. Marshal Service is the lead fugitive hunting investigation for the Department of Justice. And we use the weight of the Department of Justice to help our state and local partners. So it does not have to be just a federal case for us to be involved. If a state case is developed and a warrant's issued and they call us and say, hey, marshals, can you help out? Absolutely we can, and that's what we did. And he was in custody in less than 6 hours.
All right. Thank you, sir.
Sure, thank you, sir.
All right, we'll open it up for a few questions. Does anybody have any questions for us? Yes, ma'am.
What is the DeSoto County connection? You said South Haven and Horn Lake.
Yeah, we're not going to get into the details of the investigation. We want the public to have the information. We want you all to have it, but understand that there is going to be a prosecution in this case, and we don't want to do anything to jeopardize it. So it was just leads as we received information, as our detectives developed information. We had to reach out because this spanned 5 states, and so we had to rely on our partners to help us as we crossed those state lines. Yes, ma'am.
What's the relationship between Jeannie Otten and Mark Cross?
Say that again?
The relationship between the now deceased woman and the injured man.
That's still part of the investigation. I'm sorry, at first I thought you were talking about the husband-wife relationship.
This was a domestic violence shooting?
Well, right now, that goes to motive, right? And so what we have to do is let this investigation go where it goes. What we do know is that we have a marital relationship with a estranged that's involved, and so you can take from that information what you make of it. But we're still very early in the investigation, so I don't want to get into those kind of details to speculate or assume anything. Yes, ma'am.
Where did you guys find him in Texas? I know that you said it was in a city, but what was he doing in Texas at that moment? Was he at a gas station? Was he at a friend's home?
Marshall, you want to reply to that?
Sure. As Chief Lane alluded to, this still needs to be prosecuted, and so we can't get into all the specific details, but I can just tell you he was in his vehicle. We received information that he was in his vehicle. The Marshal Service, along with the Texas Department of Public Safety, developed a plan to take him into custody. That plan was executed, and it led to a successful, safe apprehension where there was no injury to Mr. Otten, as well as no injury to any law enforcement. And also we can say that there was evidence of there were weapons found at the time of the arrest. So again, and that's going to be part of the prosecution.
Now, do we know if he was headed in Texas? Does he have family out there or something?
That's not a detail that we can get into.
Do you all have any history of calls at that home at the Otten home?
Not that I'm aware of at this time. Inspector, do we have any calls that you're aware of?
Not at the apartment, no, sir.
Okay.
It was an apartment?
Yes. It was at the call went out. It was at, oh man, where did that go? Do you have that address? We'll get it for you. It was in Meridian Park Apartments.
Do they have any children in the occupants, do you know?
I'm not aware of that at this point.
What time was he captured in Texas?
Approximately 4 o'clock yesterday afternoon. So it's 23 hours after the incident occurred here in Collierville. Anything else? Well, folks, thank you so much. I know we debate whether or not we should do a press conference, but we were getting a lot of inquiries. I think the biggest thing for this, the takeaway, is that we want to reduce fear in the minds of the public, that this suspect's not roaming the streets. He's not out there to hurt anyone else. And so that's our message today, is we don't want our people living in fear. And I'm, again, very thankful for our partners, our law enforcement partners across multiple states. I'm thankful for the outstanding detective work that was done. I can't leave out our dispatchers either. The dispatchers, as soon as the detectives were able to obtain the warrants on the suspect, our dispatchers quickly got that entered into the national databases, so that that gives our law enforcement partners the foundations to take care of that. So tragic incident, but fortunately we didn't have any further loss of life after that. Yes, ma'am.
Just one last question. Mark Cross, is he expected to be okay?
He is in critical condition now. Okay.
Sorry. Does the suspect have any prior arrests at all?
Inspector.
Not that I'm aware of, none here locally in Collierville.
All right. Thank you all so much for coming. If there's anything else that we can do for you, please let us know. Thank you.
Okay, there you saw Collierville Police Chief Dale Lane giving us a news conference on what exactly happened over the weekend. Saturday, we heard about a double shooting that took place off of Houston Levy and 385 at an apartment complex there. It was domestic in nature, this double shooting where one woman, a 47-year-old, was pronounced dead on scene, and the man, a 51-year-old, was rushed to the hospital, remains in critical condition. And apparently the shooter in this case, according to detectives, is the estranged husband of the woman who died. So he was captured and taken into custody in Texas with the help of law enforcement, federal law enforcement agencies. He's going to be charged with first-degree murder and a number of other charges, but he is headed back to Memphis and the Mid-South to stand charges against what happened in Collierville. So we will be sure to follow up on what exactly the police chief said. You heard from the U.S. Marshal officer who was there also at that news conference talking about what had happened. There were no injuries when the suspect was taken into custody in Texas, but there are obviously the woman who died, and then the man who was shot is still at Regional 1 Hospital, according to investigators. The shooter, man by the name of Eric Odden, the estranged husband of the woman who was shot and killed, again charged with murder, first-degree murder, among other charges. We'll be following this later on Action News 5 and actionnews5.com. Andrew Douglas here in the Action News 5 digital desk. The CDC has a report that suggests that 9 in 10 Americans believe America is facing a mental health crisis. And unfortunately, as we come out of the pandemic, we're hearing more and more about suicides, particularly suicides among young people. So devastating. It's so disheartening. And what can we do about it as a concerned member of our community? What can we do about all this? Well, let's bring in someone with some background into this field that knows more than all of us. This is Michael Stemkowski. He works at Youth Villages. He is the Director for Clinical Training, Therapeutic Foster Care, and Crisis Services for Youth Villages. Of course, if you don't know, Youth Villages is a leader in children's emotional and behavioral health services. And Michael, I'll ask you, I appreciate you being on the digital desk. Do you agree with the Centers of Disease Control that say 9 in 10 Americans believe America is facing a health crisis, mental health crisis? Do you believe in that number, 9 in 10?
Wow, that's such a great question. One of the things that we've noticed with this data that's being reported by the Centers for Disease Control is that they track this intentionally so that they can support suicide prevention as part of a comprehensive approach. And so this data is really helpful. And when we hear about 9 out of 10 individuals in America are experiencing or aware of someone who may be experiencing a mental health crisis, is this accurate? Is this something we can lean into? Is this something that we can believe? And what I can say to that is, suicide is a complex phenomenon that occurs globally, and it is tracked not only here in the United States, but across nations. And so for those living here in Memphis, Tennessee, as we're thinking through what can we do about it as we hear about these numbers is, one, let's look at the data. And so what the CDC does is they produce these annual reports on suicide data and statistics to help that conversation. And the reason for that is we want to engage everyone in partnership with reducing suicide in our community and in our families and in our schools. So that's kind of why they're doing that. And that's why I do believe that many Americans at this time do recognize that there is a mental health crisis going on. So.
Yeah. So I appreciate you saying that. I should further explain that the CDC did release just a couple of nuggets here with regards to what you were just saying. So they said deaths by suicide declined from 2019 to 2020, but again, being the pandemic and some of the negative effects of the pandemic, one of which was mental health, they increased. So these suicide rates, according to the CDC, increased by 5% in 2021. And then in 2022, last year, suicide deaths increased by another 3%. So you have 5% in 2021, 3% in 2023. I mean, that's 8% right there. Just an awful situation.
It is. And one of the things that, as you read about experts in the field, they'll talk about during the pandemic, mental health increased, mental health stressors increased. They were expecting a slight dip. And then coming out of that with this increase, it's absolutely being affirmed from 2021 into 2022. So when you're seeing this increase, the CDC is recognizing increases in certain age groups. So middle-aged individuals had an uptick of 6.6%. Those 65 and older had an uptick of 8%. One thing that's really interesting in regards to young people is the CDC noted for that age group 10 to 24 years old, there was a decrease of 8% from 21 to 22. Now, this is really important, and it's reflective in the field. Certain agencies like CDC are promoting a reduction in suicide. Obviously, we want to get all suicides to zero, but by 2025, they would like to see a 20% decrease in these numbers that are coming out. And so that's one of the reasons that they track this data. There are other initiatives out there, like the American Foundation for Suicide Prevention is also targeting reduction. And that's why you'll see as we roll into September, there's going to be a lot of awareness focused on suicide prevention in September. It's actually Suicide Prevention Month. There's a Suicide Prevention World Day on September 10th. And there's also a Suicide Prevention Week, the 10th through the 16th of September. And so this data is being released at this time as part of that comprehensive strategy to promote suicide prevention so that people have the numbers and they can see.
And as you know, Michael, I mean, suicide just leaves a wake of destruction. I mean, people are just devastated all around the person who does the act. What kind of warning signs can we alert parents? Can we alert family and loved ones if someone is having those difficult moments?
Yeah, thank you. Anytime we notice any sort of immediate risk, that's that primary warning sign that we're looking for, is that if someone's talking about wanting to die or kill themselves, or they're looking for a means, a manner, a method by which to self-injure themselves. And this could be them like searching online for a particular method or means or a firearm or something like that. Or if an individual is talking about feeling hopeless or having no reason to live, these are those immediate risk warning signs signs, but there are other warning signs to pay attention to that also reflect serious risk. And sometimes these are a little bit more innocuous. So an individual may just talk about feeling trapped or being a burden or being in pain. And it's not necessarily linked to, oh, I'm thinking about, harming myself, but it's there. And so we want to obviously pay attention to immediate risk warning signs and facilitate that connection through a warm handoff to a professional to assist that individual. But what about, professionals, physicians, school teachers, family members? What are those serious risk signs? And that may look like, someone in the family sleeping too much or too little, or, a family member starting to withdraw or feel isolated, or they have outbursts with rage. So just displaying extreme mood swings does not necessarily mean that someone may be suicidal, but these are serious risk warning signs that we want to pay attention to.
Great info there, Michael. Thank you. Let's talk about maybe some preventative measures, some prevention steps, things that we can tell the viewers, and we have thousands of viewers that watch us each and every morning here on the Digital Desk, to really kind of say, hey, let's if you see these warning signs, let's take these steps.
Yeah, that's such a great question there. So when you think about risk to die by suicide, the CDC does release the associated means of death with that. And so if you look at those, you might see that 55% of the deaths reported from last year were associated with firearms. Now, the reason I highlight that is that's one method to die by suicide, but other methods are tracked through the CDC data. And when you have a loved one or a family member or somebody that you're working with, or somebody through church or something, if you notice that immediate risk, get them connected to a professional. And what that professional is going to seek to do is to implement some counseling on access to lethal means. That we sometimes refer to that as CALM, and there's national free trainings that anyone could look at and learn more about with counseling on access to lethal means. But from the research, we know that suicidality comes in waves, that if an individual is experiencing some intense suicidal thoughts, by identifying a method, an intent with a plan, those are high-risk thoughts, or they're actually preparing to do something, that we want to help them restrict that access to lethal means in the short term. Can we, get some distance between those thoughts, those behaviors, and that actual lethal means? And so refer to a professional. They can help guide a family member or a coworker or a friend through this process of restricting those lethal means. And beyond that, we also want to promote health. And the ways that we promote health as a mental health professional is that we'll spend some time talking about well-being. We'll spend some time talking about connection. What are the things that you do to recharge? Because one of the things that's really insidious about suicidality is the constriction of those thoughts. As an individual starts to see self-injury and death by suicide as the only means to solve a temporary problem, that's when we want to implement this means restriction. That's when we want to implement connection to supports. Connection is a really protective piece if we can help us sit in that pocket with individuals and help them stay safe.
That connection certainly missing, going back, I keep on going back to the pandemic, but that connection was lost. And so I don't think anyone wants to go back to those kind of shutdowns ever again.
Yeah.
Because there was just so much bad that came out of it. Go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, if you'll give me a second there, I did want to mention for young people, connection. I think if there's any silver lining that did come out of the pandemic is, how do our young people age 10 to 24 connect nowadays anyway? It's not that uncommon for them to connect via social media and watch a movie together or study together and things like that. And so that connection can be promoted both in person through activities for young people, but also recognizing the ways that digitally or electronically, how do we connect with one another? And that's important when we think about support groups for adults. There might be opportunities for us to connect virtually with others. Didn't mean to interrupt you there. Sorry about that.
No worry, Michael. No worries. Let's talk about help now, because if someone's watching this and they're checking off the boxes as you mention it, how do we help that person, that family member? Maybe they're going through some issues. Give us some of the best methods out there.
Yeah, so care transitions are really important. So if we notice one of those immediate warning signs or serious risk warning signs, or we're aware of risk factors for that individual, how do we connect them? How do we facilitate connection linkages to get them effective care and treatment? So we know from the research, some in the viewing audience may be viewing this from rural locations. So there might not be immediately available resources, or some in the viewing audience may identify as a population that's considered disproportionately represented in the data, and so getting that connection and getting that effective care and treatment implemented, that's part of that comprehensive approach to suicide prevention. So connection, reduction of access to means, effective care and treatment, and just supporting that help seeking in that individual. We know suicide is frequently associated with stigma, and that's one of the reasons behind, suicide in September Awareness Month, is we want to decrease that stigma, particularly for those vulnerable individuals who may have a moment of doubt, and we want to support that help seeking for them. So we want them to trust with their friends, their coworkers, their family members, their church members that, hey, I'm having a hard day today. And just supporting that help seeking to get them to care and treatment is one of the ways that we can do that. The only other thing I'll add is just identifying and assisting. Obviously mental health professionals are trained to screen and assess for suicidality, but part of the initiatives through the CDC and other programs is that we promote screening from peer to peer. Like if you go to the Columbia Lighthouse Project, there's community cards for parents, for teachers, for coaches, for peers, and for parents. And you can look at these cards and they can assist with identifying what are some of these signs and when should I help facilitate a connection to a professional.
It's also important to note that 988 is the suicide hotline. If anyone's thinking about that, that's open 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days of year, 988. Michael, this has been a fantastic conversation. I'll leave it up to you. Anything else you want to mention before we let you go?
Yeah, I'll just say, Tennessee is a wonderful state. We've got a lot of specialized crisis services. Obviously, Youth Villages is one of the providers, but there are several providers of specialized crisis services. So the 988 number, as you mentioned, but also there are crisis text lines. You can just text TN to 741-741. And for some individuals, particularly young people, they may feel a little bit more comfortable with help seeking through a chat feature. And so that's an additional strategy to support help seeking. Really appreciate the time today to review the CDC data, talk about these warning signs, connection to resources and supports. Thank you so much for this opportunity.
I appreciate it, Michael. Thank you for joining us on the Action News 5 digital desk. Michael Stemprovsky with Youth Villages. We appreciate you and all that you do. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Andrew Douglas back here in the Action News 5 digital desk. I want to go now to one of our friends who gives us such great knowledge when it comes to getting a job, looking at the job market, resume help. Angela Copeland, she's Vice President of Recruiter.com. Angela, good morning. How are you?
Hey, thank you for having me.
No, I appreciate you making time for us because it is such a workers market out there. Employees really have a lot of options right now beginning in 2022. And we want to talk about resumes and the best way to let your resume kind of speak for yourself, stand out, and some of the mistakes that people make out there. But let's begin with making that resume stand out, Angela.
Well, this is such an exciting time to be looking for a job, but the thing that you need first is you need a resume. So even if you don't need a job today, but you're thinking sometime in the next few months, get started and have one ready. I think that is the first mistake that people make, is that they wait until someone says to me, email me your resume, and then they've got to start from scratch. And it's just like a total panic trying to get it together.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, no question. And so once you get that resume developed, what are some ways, I guess, that you could enhance that resume?
Sure, absolutely. I think the very first thing is you should do the resume yourself. Very often people want to hire someone to write their resume for them. It's a very attractive option, right? Because it's kind of a pain. You're shoving years of experience into 1 or 2 pages, and that's what I would suggest is 1 whole page or 2 whole pages. But I've noticed that when people hire out their resume writing, sometimes there will be errors in it. So you really want to write your own resume. You want to pay very specific attention to things like spelling, because if you do have spelling errors, there's a chance they will just kick you right out. I would also think about the fact that a lot of hiring managers or HR professionals, they will read what is at the top of the first page first. And so really focus your energy on making that portion of your resume look good. Also, if there's a particular job you're applying to, closely read the job description and make sure that anything that's mentioned in the job description that you know how to do is also included in your resume. So the words that are in your resume are just as important as the actual sort of format and look and feel. I mean, it's like you wouldn't show up to an interview in shorts and flip-flops the same way that you want your resume to actually look polished and like you've put some work into it.
What are your thoughts, Angela, on cover letters?
You know, this is such an interesting question. It's very controversial. A lot of people want to say that cover letters are no longer a thing. But I will tell you, when you're applying for a job, if there are 2 equally qualified candidates, of course, they're both going to have a resume. And if one has a cover letter, that one will be given special treatment. And in other words, you know, the cover letter is a chance to really explain why you're a good fit for the job. And that's your chance to sell yourself, because when a hiring manager or a recruiter read through your resume, they're sort of figuring out why you're a good fit. Like they're having to piece it together. But the cover letter is your chance to really explain it to them. So I would take the time to do a cover letter. You want to explain why you're interested in the job, why you're a good fit, and do summarize some of your background. So you will be repeating some of the things that are on your resume on your cover letter.
Yeah, great advice there. Are there, and you mentioned, you know, making sure that you do the resume yourself so you get a nice, accurate depiction for that prospective employer. Are there any structures out there, you know, Word, do they have any advantages when it comes to building that resume? Is there any place you can go to really kind of use, I don't know, some software?
It's a good question. So the way that your resume looks, I really think it depends on the industry that you work in. If you work in a traditional industry like engineering, I would go with a much more straightforward look to your resume, like a more old-fashioned look. If you work in sort of a hip industry like marketing or possibly sales, I would look for something that's more stylized. So Microsoft Word does have templates. Interestingly enough, the website Etsy.com also sells resume templates that are really quite stylized and nice if you're working in marketing, for example. So there are places that you can look for these stylized, you know, resume formats, but I would not use them unless you're working in an industry that is especially sort of hip and cool.
So on one of the websites, and you know, I'm just looking here, my producer and I were checking this out, it mentioned something about the possibility of maybe adding hobbies or interests in a section on your resume, just to kind of, you know, go with that work culture that a lot of corporations and a lot of different offices are going towards. What are your thoughts on maybe putting interests and hobbies on that resume?
It's a good question. You know, there have been times in my own career where I have included hobbies and interests, and there have been times where I've absolutely left them off. So I would say it really is a case-by-case basis. I would think about why you're adding them. So for me, I started out, my undergrad is computer and systems engineering. I started out as a computer programmer. And when I was trying to get employers to see me as more than someone who writes computer code, I started including hobbies. But of course, I picked hobbies that were interesting, like travel, that could get a conversation going. Another potential place to include hobbies is if you're looking to transition away from your current industry, and if in some way your hobby aligns to the industry that you want to move into. So it's both really, am I trying to get an employer to just see me differently, or am I trying to get an employer to understand how I might fit into their industry?
Excellent, excellent. Now, there's something else when it comes to follow-up, because a lot of us, want to hear right back, right away, on demand. What's the employer? Are they interested? What do they think of this? What are your guidelines for following up after you send your resume?
That's a good question. I would say if you know who to contact, feel free to send them an email. Or if you've had an interview, send them a thank you email afterward. And, every, say, 2 weeks or so, it's appropriate to send a follow-up email. I would not send too many because you may be sort of labeled as sort of difficult or annoying, but you do need to get an answer. I would say don't assume that you will get a job, no matter how qualified you are for it. If you really need a new job, keep looking until a company actually gives you an offer, because anything could happen. Like, for example, they could put the position on hold completely, or the hiring manager could leave the company and they could decide not to hire the position, or they could decide to hire in the future. So just keep looking until you actually have a job offer in hand.
Okay, let's talk now about some of the mistakes that people make on those resumes. We've talked about the enhancements, now things that are completely wrong.
There are a number of things that people can really work on their resumes. One of the big ones I would say is look at the email address that you're using on your resume. So a lot of folks like to use email addresses like AOL. And what that communicates to the employer is that you're a bit out of date in terms of technology, and you don't want that being the thing that you're communicating. So look for something like a Gmail email address that would be a good fit. You also, when it comes to email address, you want to use an email address that is related to your name. So not a hobby, not like horseback rider at AOL.com. And you also don't want to include anything in that email address that is an indication of your age. So many people will put their birth year in their email address or the year they graduated from high school. You want to steer clear of any of that information. I would leave off a photo. Do not include a photo of yourself on your resume. That is done in some countries, but in the US, people do not include photos on their resume. It's an unusual thing to do. So those are a couple of areas that I would start with. Again, keeping things honest and consistent. So look for errors that are spelling errors, but also make sure that you're not fibbing, because it could get back to your previous employer, and that's not how you want to start out with any new job.
Okay, so we got the resume all situated, all nice and pretty for everybody. Then you have to do something about your social media, right? Because a lot of times when we'll hear somebody or we'll meet somebody, they'll immediately go and see if they can find them on social media, and you want to make sure that's legitimate, right?
Well, so yes, it's interesting because, 20 years ago, this was sort of a non-issue, but we've all been posting for the last so many years on Facebook, for example. And so there's a huge history of information available about us on the internet. If you are starting to launch a real job search and you're starting to have interviews, I would go in and at a bare minimum, I'd look at your privacy settings. Look and see what could someone see on your Facebook, on your Twitter, on your Instagram if they were not friends with you. Because you want to be sure that anything public really represents the brand that you're putting forward in the job interview. I do think this is a real issue. Many times you talk to job seekers and they assume that a company would never Google you and would never look things up about you, but they do. They really do. So you want to do it first and make sure that what's out there really represents you in the best way possible.
Okay, Angela, all great advice.
I'm not sure I
very
understand.
effective here. Can we, anything else you want to mention before we let you go regarding resumes, do's, don'ts, anything?
I think the biggest thing is get started now. This is such an exciting time to be looking for a job, as you mentioned. And the last thing you want is to really be caught behind the 8 ball, so to speak. So update your resume. Keep things quiet, but ask a close friend to proofread your resume for you, because they will find errors that you may have missed.
All right, Angela Copeland, Vice President, Recruiter.com. Great advice. We appreciate it very much. And thanks so much. Look forward to talking to you again soon.
Thank you.
Well, hey everyone, and happy Monday out there to you. We are going to be seeing a little bit warmer conditions for our Monday. At 8 a.m. temperatures are going to be in the upper 60s, but we're going to be topping out this afternoon in the mid to upper 80s. So that is average for this time of year, but a little bit warmer than we've seen the previous few days. We're also going to be seeing a lot of cloud cover in the forecast as well, and some rain coming in for our Tuesday. So let me time that all out for you. Cloud cover is going to build in. That's the story as we head throughout the afternoon and evening. Partly cloudy, then to mostly cloudy conditions as we head overnight into our early Tuesday. Now, if you are in portions of eastern Arkansas early Tuesday, you could already see some stray showers on your early Monday morning commute. Most of us won't see that though until we head into the mid-morning. As we shift into the 9 o'clock hour, some of those rain chances come into portions of western Tennessee. But as you can see here, not everybody getting in on that rainfall. It's not really looking widespread by any means. Lots of cloud cover for Tuesday as well. And then those really shift into portions of North Mississippi, Northwest Mississippi as well as we head into the afternoon. And after the afternoon shifts through, we're really seeing dry conditions as we head into the evening. Now, those rain chances are associated with a cold front that's going to be pushing through the Mid-South for our Tuesday. It's going to be dropping down our dew point. It's going to be pretty nice. 60s expected over the next few days, but watch this. As that front shifts through, really ushers in some drier air. Dew points in the 50s. Really going to be feeling nice out there. Here's a look at your 7-day forecast. Again, rain chances are for Tuesday. Low 80s expected after the front for Tuesday, Wednesday, even into Friday. And then as we shift into next weekend, also looking at the low to mid 80s Saturday into Sunday, 60s expected as we head into the early morning hours through mid to late week. It's really going to be feeling nice. A great preview of fall out there. Might even need a coat and a pumpkin spice latte out the door. It's just going to be really nice. Slight rain chances do return for our weekend ahead, so enjoy the cooler and drier conditions while we have them.
We're dealing with so much heat in the month of August. We're all anticipating fall, and we're anticipating fall a lot, not only because it is the beginning of football season for us sports fans out there, but the temperatures begin to cool down. But here's the thing, you got to be thinking about vaccinations for the fall, because it is that time of year when we think about various vaccinations. Let's bring in infectious disease Dr. Shirin Mazumdar to the Action News 5 digital desk to talk about vaccinations and fall and those seasonal issues that we constantly deal with. Dr. Mazumdar, good morning. How are you?
Hey, Andrew. I'm great. How are you doing?
Good. I'm doing well. Thank you so much for joining us. So let's take I guess a look at vaccinations overall now. We're coming out of the pandemic, I guess you could say. We've been talking about that for months, but people seem to be very weary of vaccinations. What do you say to those people who are a little bit jumpy when we talk about more vaccinations throughout the year going forward?
Yeah, you know, these vaccines are here to protect us, and we're going into that time period where respiratory viruses are going to be circulating. So we really want people to stay protected and know what their options are. If they get sick from something like influenza, RSV, or COVID, it could be dangerous if they have any underlying high-risk medical conditions. But even if they don't, it can keep them out of work and prevent them from doing the things that they want to do.
Okay, so here we are. We're already in school. I mean, schools have started. Let's talk about the various vaccinations that we should be thinking about going into September.
So the first vaccine we can talk about is the RSV vaccine. So this is like the new kid on the block. It's the first season that we've ever had an RSV vaccine available. And for people that don't know what RSV is, it is a highly contagious respiratory virus. It's most often associated and occurs in babies and young children, but it can be very dangerous for seniors, especially with seniors that have underlying medical conditions. And according to the CDC, CDC, about 60,000 to 120,000 people over the age of 65 are hospitalized every year due to RSV. And anywhere from 6,000 to 10,000 of those adults in that age group die every year due to RSV. So there will be 2 different RSV vaccines available this fall. They're very similar in how they work and very similar in the level of protection they provide and their side effect profile. So I think the important thing to note is that if you are over the age of 65, the CDC really wants you to have a discussion with your doctor about the risks and benefits of this vaccine, particularly seniors that have underlying health conditions like heart or lung disease or have a weakened immune system. These are the people that are going to benefit most from the RSV vaccine. But it's really a shared clinical decision-making discussion with your physician about the risks and benefits of the RSV vaccine to determine if it's right for you.
Interesting. Okay, yeah, we've been talking a lot about the RSV vaccine. I appreciate the clarity and the deep dive into that. What about the flu prevention strategies? Is there anything new, or I guess usually people get it around October, right?
Yeah, so the flu vaccine is really important coming up in the fall months, and this year is no different. We typically recommend that people wait until September, October to get their flu shot because vaccine efficacy can wane as the respiratory season progresses. So we really want people to have a good level of protection when we see peak flu cases. And the flu vaccine is so important. The CDC estimated that last year there were 58,000 deaths related to the flu, and people that got their flu vaccine were anywhere from 40 to 70% less likely to be hospitalized. So we really recommend that everybody get their flu shot. Anyone over the age of 6 months is eligible for a flu vaccine, and it's particularly important for people over the age of 65. In recent years, 70% of flu deaths have occurred in people over the age of 65, so we highly recommend it for everyone, but especially for seniors.
Dr. Bezumner, I don't have to tell you this. The whole aspects around COVID, they've become very controversial. People are very passionate on all sides of the coronavirus. And now that we're seeing more cases with a new variant, there's more details about what it is and how strong it is, and if the booster is effective or not. Can you really kind of dispel all these rumors and sayings that are out there and really just kind of give us the straight factual truth?
Yeah, what we know about COVID right now, so hospitalizations are increasing. So according to the CDC, they went up over 20% from last week. Hospitalizations have been rising over the last 5 weeks, but it's still lower than where we were last year at this time, about 3 times lower. So COVID is still present. We expect to see an increase in cases, especially as we get into the colder months like we have every year with COVID. And I think the CDC and FDA are really transitioning into an annual vaccine, very similar to the flu when it comes to COVID, where people get a single shot that is targeted towards the strains that are circulating that season to give them the best level of protection. There is a new COVID booster that will be available hopefully sometime next month. We're anticipating mid-September. And that booster is expected to provide activity against the dominant strains that are circulating right now.
And those strains that are circulating right now, how strong are they? I know it varies from person to person, but generally speaking, is it as deadly as some of the previous? Is it not as deadly? What can we say about it?
Yeah, the strains that are circulating right now, so there's one called EG5 or the Eris variant and one called FL151. So these are Omicron subvariants. They don't cause any more severe disease compared to other strains that are circulating. And the symptoms are very similar to previous strains that we've seen. So things like cough, fever, fatigue, body aches, headaches. But the symptoms really vary from person to person. And the groups that are considered to be high risk are still the same. So immunocompromised people, elderly people, people that have underlying chronic medical conditions like heart and lung disease. So we recommend that if people do test positive, reach out to your doctor. There are antiviral medications that are appropriate for certain groups, particularly high-risk groups, to keep them out of the hospital.
Really appreciate you breaking it down for us, Dr. Mazumdar. Anything else we can touch on with regards to fall vaccinations we haven't touched on you feel is important at this time?
We know that the flu vaccine and the COVID vaccine can be given at the same time. The RSV vaccine, because it's a little newer, we're waiting on some guidance and as to how it can be administered with the other vaccines. So we'll have some information regarding that and some guidance soon. But these viruses will be making an appearance soon, and we just want people to know what their options are as we go into that season.
Dr. Shirin Mazumdar, spelling it out very easily for all of us to understand. We appreciate your time this morning on the Digital Desk. Thanks very much.
Great to be here. Thank you.
Okay, Andrew Douglas here in the Action News 5 Digital Desk. We love music in Memphis. That is one of the things. We love our food, we love our music, we love our culture, and you know something that brings it all together is the Overton Park Shell. The Overton Park Shell has music, it has culture, and you know there's trucks there serving up food and what have you. Let's talk about the Overton Park Shell because it is such a gem in our community. We got Yolanda Kelly, Outreach Manager for Shell on Wheels, joining us on the Digital Desk. Yolanda, how are you this morning?
I am great this morning. How are you?
Oh, I'm doing great. You know I'm doing great here. We're on the Digital Desk. We're having a great time. It's a beautiful day outside in Memphis and the Mid-South, and we're talking about the Overton Park Shell. And first off, I want to ask, how has the Shell on Wheels, how has that program been this summer? I know that there was a lot of talk about it before the summer. Give us an update.
Of course. So we had our Shell on Wheels mobile shell lunch about a month ago now. And so far we have had 4 events that we have been so grateful that these communities have allowed us into their communities with the mobile shell. We've done a part of the Mythic series with Frazier. We've done Occupy the Park presents, Occupy the Shell presents Occupy the Park. We've done a few corporate events. So we're very excited about this season and still booking for the rest of the fall.
Nice. That's fantastic. Congratulations on that. So let's talk about this weekend now, because this weekend, I understand it's going to be very active, not only with concerts, but also there's some cardio going on. Let's first talk about what's happening on Friday. We got Dirty Streets. Tell me about that. I know there's Dirty Streets, but no, there's an actual band named Dirty Streets.
There is an amazing band coming to the Shell this weekend, Dirty Streets. One thing I love about the Shell is we always have some amazing music, and we have this free concert series that we're able to do. We have food trucks, we have the bands, and so we're just excited for everyone to come out, bring their picnics, bring their families, bring their dogs, and sit on the lawn and enjoy our concert series. The concert starts at 7. We also have pre-show starting at 5.
Fantastic. So Dirty Streets, we're looking at a picture of them right now. That is Friday from 7 until 8:30. As you mentioned, the pre-show starts at 5. And then Saturday, we got a mainstay, Memphis' own Al Capone giving a free concert. Tell me more on Saturday.
Yes, we're so excited that we have Al Capone support. He has been such a big, important part of the Shell and Shell on Wheels. He also did a Shell on Wheels event with Mosh called Laser Live. So we're excited to have him on the Overton Park stage again. And this is his first time on the Overton Park Shell stage. So we're so excited about his event and his concert. And we know that he is going to have so many more amazing Memphis artists on the stage as well. One thing about Al Capone is he always bring other artists in to support. So we're excited about everyone that he'll have on the stage on Saturday.
And we're looking at some pictures of some of the crowds there, the fun and the festivities. It's always a great time. People can bring picnic baskets and all kinds of drinks and blankets, lawn chairs, always welcome. And of course, dogs on a leash welcome as well. Tell me about the cardio at the show. I saw that is something that's happening on Saturday morning, this Saturday morning. Is that something that's a regular thing? Tell me more.
So during the pandemic, when music had to go down for a little while, we had the Shell. So there were so many things. What can we do to utilize the space while we're not able to get together? And the Shell is a perfect place to have this wellness series. There's so much room out there, the grass area. So we have this wellness series every weekend. We also have goat yoga. We have Zumba. We have so many fun and exciting wellness events as part of our wellness series.
Anything else, Yolanda, that you wanted to mention about the Overton Park Shell? I just think it's a wonderful place, and there's so many different things, and you can't have a bad time when you go out there and enjoy the festivities. Anything else you want to mention?
So I said earlier, we're currently still taking rentals for our mobile shell, and we're so excited to share this mobile shell stage with Memphis and the rest of the community. So if you have any questions about rentals, about events, or anything else, please reach out to us. We are so excited to utilize this stage in our community, and we're so grateful that you guys support it as much as you do.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Yolanda Kelly, Outreach Manager, Shell on Wheels with Overton Park Shell. We really appreciate you and all that you and your staff do for Memphis and the Mid-South and Overton Park Shell. We love it here at WMC Action News 5. Thanks so very much.
Thank you.
Okay, midday is coming up next. That does it for us here in the Action News 5 digital desk. We have Ariana Poindexter and Maggie McCauley. Maggie McCauley joining you in just a moment or two at the top of the hour. We're going to have a live report from Collierville. A news conference ended about an hour ago where they talked about the double shooting that happened there over the weekend. One person's in custody, domestic incident in nature. One woman has died. Another man is fighting to survive gunshot injuries. He is at the hospital right now, so we will have a live report on that. We're also going to be talking about the amazing weather that we have here in Memphis and across the Mid-South, not only for today, but for the next several days, and the chance for rain as well. So we're going to be talking about that, and then just giving you a host of other stories that we are following at this hour. So make sure you join Ariana Poindexter and Maggie McCauley later in just a moment on Action News 5 at midday. For right now, we're going to leave you with a high-five camera shot there of the I-40 bridge on a beautiful Monday. 79 degrees at 10:56.